Indonesia and will be added more every year. Observation of ocean tide data are currently carried out using a variety of sensors, including a floating gauge, a pressure gauge, and a radar gauge. This data then will be digitally recorded and channeled to the Geospatial Information Agency Observation Center and will be processed for any purposes, but mainly for reference system, especially to provide tidal data and ocean tide model. Tide gauge for reference system. Every tide gauge station observing sea level surface all the time. This data will be processed to provide tidal data for any purposes such as coastal engineering, survey and mapping, navigation, and etc. BIG provide 5 datum for every single tide gauge station. Highest astronomical tides or HAT, mean high water springs or MHWS, mean sea level or MSL, mean low water spring or MLWS, and lowest astronomical tides or LAT. This datum provided for vertical reference system. Tide gauge for tsunami early warning system. Every tide gauge station has multiple sensors observing sea level surface for every 5 seconds. All data will be delivered streamingly to BIG's servers and channeled to the Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Agency or BMKG to support the Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System or INATUS. This TG data will be used for confirmation of BMKG tsunami model when earthquake occurred. Until now, this TG data is the only one data that used for confirmation to decide that the earthquake caused tsunami or not. What is an ocean tide model? The ocean tide model is representation of sea level rise and fall that can forecast the height of sea level in a modeling area. It is calculated using a combination of data from altimetry satellite collection and observation data from Geospatial Information Agency permanent tidal stations located across Indonesian seas. What is the function of the ocean tide model? The ocean tide model can provide information on tidal harmonic constant or THCS, tidal datum, as well as prediction of sea levels at specific location and period in Indonesian sea region. The tide data is also used for other reasons, such as infrastructure development, research and tsunami early warning. Methods of developing an ocean tide model. The ocean tide model is created by combining the observation data of the tides with a sampling rate of 1 hour with SSH altimetry data. High sea level data is generated from 170 BIG tidal stations with a sample rate once an hour. On the other hand, the SSH data is collected through the Radar Altimeter Database System or RADS. Tide Data Services. Tide gauge data and ocean tide model are accessible for all regions of Indonesia and can be accessed through the srgi.big.go.id website. There, user can search of information related to tidal harmonic constants or tidal datum in certain territorial waters of Indonesia.
Did you know? There are still boundaries of the village or ward administrative areas in Indonesia that have yet to be fully mapped and have no legality. As a result, the development is disorganized and regional budgets are determined in a variety of ways. Regional autonomy in Indonesia leaves the determination of territorial boundaries delegated to each local government. In practice, not all regions are able to do so due to limited human resources available to process the geospatial information boundaries. Therefore, the Center for Boundary Mapping or PPBW, which is obliged in mapping regional and state boundaries in the Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, is present in the determination and affirmation of the boundaries of villages or wards at the central level. Presidential Regulation Number 23 of 2021 on amendment to Presidential Regulation Number 9 of 2016 on acceleration of the One Map Policy or OMP, demanding legality at village or ward boundaries. This requires an acceleration strategy in the determination and affirmation of these boundaries. PPBW, BIG provides technical training to district or city level boundary determination and affirmation teams so that villages
Ladies and
wards
gentlemen,
may independently
please arise.
follow up on
His
indicating
Excellency
boundary maps.
Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning Head of the National Land Agency is entering the main area. His Excellency Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning Head of the National Land Agency is entering the main area.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Please be seated.
The Asia-Pacific Geospatial Forum, APGF, is a forum which held to unite various activities related to geospatial information. This forum is a perfect venue for practitioners and stakeholders in the geospatial information industry in the Asia-Pacific region. Within this event we can gather, exchange experiences, share skills and innovations, and plan the future of geospatial information together. Indonesia is ready to host APGF 2023. Bali was chosen as location of APGF because it has been a lighthouse of tourism excellence for countries around the world for more than a decade. Together, we will prove that embracing geospatial innovation for a sustainable world. Through this forum, we also encourage collaboration with unggim-ap, unggn, unsd, and other related agencies to advance the development of geospatial information on a global scale.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, may peace be upon us all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to
The Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023.
My name is Adi Tusanjaya and my partner.
I'm Dwi Vera. It's an honor to us to be an MC for today's event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed a lively dance that captures the unity of Indonesian culture diversity and a touch of modern vibes through the traditional contemporary dance that has just delivered by Sanggar, Sunari, dan Pasar.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to extend our warmest welcome to our honorable guests, His Excellency Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of the National Land Agency, Mr. Hadi Cahyanto. Good morning, sir. The Honorable Chairman of Geospatial Information Agency, Mr. Muh Aris Marfai. The Honorable President of unggim Asia Pacific, Mr. Antonius Wijanarto. The Honorable Regional Secretary of Bali Province, Mr. Dewa Made Indra.
The Honorable Senior Expert from UN Global Geospatial Management, Mr. Chi Hai Tio. Director General China Land Surveying and Planning, Ministry of Natural Resources PR of China, Dr. Wen Li Feng. Joint Secretary Surveyor General of India, Dr. Sunil Kumar. And all distinguished delegates who has joined us here in Discovery Kartika Hotel Plaza, Bali, Indonesia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this series of APGF consists of an international seminar, geodetic reference frames and application of disasters workshop, UNIGF workshop, regional capacity development workshop, expert consultation meeting, the 12th plenary meeting of unggim-ap, and also Geospatial Innovation Expo, organized by Geospatial Information Agency or Badan Informasi Geospatial, and also supported by unggim Asia Pacific.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence today's event, we will pray together, which will be led by Mr. Enjang Farid and will be delivered in Bahasa. Mr. Farid, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Rabbana, kami mohon padamu dari segala hal yang mendatangkan rahmat dan ampunanmu. Allahumma inna nas'aluka khairu hadal yawm wa khairul ma fihi. Ya Allah, ya Rabbana, kami mohon padamu kebaikan pada hari ini dan kebaikan yang ada di dalamnya. Dan kami berlindung dari keburukan hari ini dan dari keburukan yang ada di dalamnya. Ya Allah, ya Rabbana, kami mohon padamu iman yang sempurna, keyakinan yang benar, rizki yang luas, dan berkah, serta amalan yang diterima. Ya Allah, ya Rabbana, kami berkumpul pada hari ini dalam kegiatan Asia Pacific Geospasial Forum. Kami mohon padamu bimbingan dan petunjukmu, sehingga kegiatan ini berjalan dengan baik dan lancar, serta mendapatkan manfaat bagi bangsa kami. Ya Allah, ya Rabbana, mudahkanlah segala urusan-urusan kami dalam membangun bangsa ini, serta jadikanlah kegiatan ini menjadi wasilah atau sarana meningkatkan wawasan pengetahuan kami di bidang informasi geospasial dan meningkatkan kinerja kami dan juga memperkuat persaudaraan kami. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kami hamba-hambamu yang dapat bekerja dengan keras, bekerja cerdas, mawas, tuntas, dan juga tentunya ikhlas. Allahumma Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we would like to invite the President of unggim Asia Pacific to deliver his remark. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Antonius Wijanarto. The stage is yours.
Things that made me nervous today. I've never spoken in front of any minister before. Sorry, Pak. So, secondly, never spoken any English in front of my Indonesian colleagues. So this is the first time for me speaking in English in front of my Indonesian friends. So anyway, good morning, everybody, gentlemen, friends, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Here we go. Somebody. I remember 9 years ago we had a meeting here in Bali, I think in the same room. I was 9 years younger, so I'm different now. It was in 2014, Indonesia hosted the 3rd plenary meeting of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Asia and the Pacific in Bali, in the same room. Now we are here again, with the hopes to bring geospatial information up to the next level. Your participation is very important as a key to strengthen the importance of the geospatial information to answer the very near agenda, 2030 agenda, Sustainable Development Goals, as well as our big issue, global climate change. In this 12th plenary meeting, the Regional Committee of United Nations Geospatial Information Management Asia Pacific also invites regional committees of unggim Americas, Europe, Africa, and Arab states, private sector network, academic networks, United Nations group of experts on geographical names, and other geospatial institutions and organizations to strengthen communication and technical cooperation, to align the works of our region to other regional committees and the global activities. We call it One World, One Agenda. This forum was initiated to elevate the 12th plenary meeting of unggim Asia Pacific with several side events. The geodetic reference frames and the application for disaster workshop, integrated geospatial information framework workshop, Bhumandala Award, consultation of IGIF for developing countries, and interregional meetings. This international seminar with the theme Geo-Innovation for a Safe and Sustainable World becomes the arena for the member states of unggm Asia Pacific to share experiences, knowledge, and idea about geospatial innovation, solution for sustainable cities, effective land administration, and building a geospatial innovation ecosystem. Without any doubt, it has been a pleasure for us, for me, to hold the 12th plenary meeting of unggm Asia Pacific in conjunction with the Asian Geospatial Forum. Whether we are here having a nice, suitable dress code or not, it's always warm here, at least 35 to 37 degrees every day. And please enjoy the discussion later on and enjoy the beauty and the culture of Bali. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Antonius.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving for the next agenda. We kindly invite the chairman of Geospatial Information Agency to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Mu Aris Marfai. The stage is yours.
Bapak Ibu, saya yang minta bunganya diambil. Kalau enggak muka saya tenggelam sama bunga. Bunganya saya minta ambil. Very good and wonderful morning everybody. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang jawab salamnya kenceng, saya doakan hidupnya bahagia. Masuk surga. His Excellency, the Minister Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of National Land Agency, Bapak Marskal TNI Dr. Hadi Cahyanto SIP. Terima kasih Pak berkenan hadir di tengah kesibukan Bapak yang luar biasa. Pak Menteri habis dari sini langsung ke Balikpapan untuk acara yang mirip UN Habitat. Luar biasa masih menyempatkan. Terima kasih Pak Menteri. Distinguished guest, Dr. Wen Lifang, Director General China Land Surveying and Planning, the Minister of Natural Resources, People Republic of China. Thank you very much for your coming. The distinguished guest, Dr. Sunil Kumar, unggm-ap, Joint Secretary Surveyor General India. Thanks, sir. Distinguished guest, Mr. Lee Dayo, the Director General Geospatial Information Department, Geospatial Information Authority of Japan, if he come. The distinguished delegates, I'm very delighted as for today we are gathering in this event with a vibrant atmosphere for the Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum, the theme of embracing geospatial innovation for sustainable world. I'm standing here welcoming you all, as well as inviting you to immerse and collaborate in yielding fruitful results for the betterment of geospatial management for our institution, geospatial for our community, geospatial for our country, as well as for geospatial for bigger picture, our world. Indonesia was appointed to host this event as mandate of the 2022 unggm Asia Pacific Plenary Meeting. It was held in Hyderabad, India. Of course, it's been an honor for PIG to be host for this event. PIG as the National Mapping Agency, as well as VR as the National Name Authority, possess an important role in the geospatial information management in Indonesia. PIG actually has two roles. One side, we act as the regulator for geospatial information in Indonesia, but another side, VR also has obligation to provide geospatial data information in a national wide. Thus, PIG to maintain the balance regarding the geospatial information management, meaning that we, as PIG, must create a supportive atmosphere for all to let geospatial information flourish, starting from, for example, geospatial data protection, we are doing that, up to its utilization for everyday life. So really very broad scale. That's why we call it as big. Big is really big job. Though the leader is not so big like me. Whilst BIG also need to make sure the geospatial data and information meet certain standard to make sure that the data is trusted and for sure the most important is beneficial for everyone. Dear colleagues, concerning the BIG's responsibility mentioned beforehand, we continuously are wondering to means every way we could go through. Several exercises, for example, are being held to stimulate and also to sustain geospatial information related activities in our sites. For example, starting from 2014, we, BIG, organized what we call Bumandala Awards. This award actually is an annual event, act as the appreciation for government institution, every government institution who are, for example, minister agency and local government that perform what we call extraordinary achievement in utilizing geospatial information. It was start with 3 categories only, 2014, but right now nowadays already become 7 categories, with this, the new include network nodes award, geospatial names or toponymic names, as well as related to the administrative boundary or border mapping. This year, we are officially reached up to 50 institutions, which is quite good for us, and with more than 70 innovation. So meaning that all minister agencies and local government in our case are using more and more geospatial information as part of the decision support system. The main APGF agenda for this moment is international seminar on geoinformation for a safe and sustainable world, as I mentioned before. Also, the capacity development for geodetic reference frame, this is kind of workshop, as well as the integrated geospatial information framework meeting in conjunction with our agenda for what we call 12th plenary meeting of United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Asia and the Pacific, or unggim-ap. So this collaborated agenda involves Asia Pacific regional country, meaning we are more than 50 member states. And we also invite representatives from other regional committees around the world. For example, the regional committee from Arab region, regional committee from Europe, regional committee from America, and so on. So innovation are closely related to young generation. We are agree on it. BIG also held what we call annual map drawing competition for the younger generation. Indeed, we are targeting the elementary and junior level students to express their knowledge, to know their hope of a map as tool to make the world better place. So we try to introducing the map and geospatial information as early as possible to our young generation. And we are very proud of the result, as many of their work gain international award. We believe planting early seed of geospatial information to our younger generation will pave smoother way to geospatial literacy in the future. More complex activities are provided to embrace participation for broadened actors. For example, we also setting up what we call participatory mapping competition using our application, the name Peta Kita platform. Peta Kita is bahasa Indonesia, meaning our map. So we developed this application to introduce also to gain knowledge as well, to introduce to the community for the broader scale. The competition hopefully can trigger massive geospatial utilization for everyday purposes. Indeed, at the regional level, we also open a challenge in the form of ASEAN Geospatial Challenge in national level, this in collaboration with the ASEAN country. We believe this event could generate more collaboration in the future as well and yield innovation that bring the geospatial information for the next level, geospatial information for the next step. Dear distinguished delegates and representatives, regarding the geospatial information industry, indeed, to be honest, the situation of geospatial information industry in Indonesia particularly right now nowadays, after hard hit by the pandemic in the last 3 years that we are facing on, push the condition back, meaning that we need to replace the situation right now, replenish the situation, and it is not so easy work for sure, but we believe we will get through all the obstacles. However, we believe that geospatial information industry learns a lot during the pandemic time. So, as case, we saw also many cases, the opportunity of the geospatial information utilization during the chaotic event by that time. How geospatial information become one of the important data to analyze many things related to every aspect of someone's life by that time. For example, starting on the logistic tracking, we use geospatial information by that time. Also medical care distribution, we need geospatial information to support this project. We also support the people movement analysis, for example, as well as hospital distribution, etc. and so on. You can name it, many things. Lesson learned from these bleak times, the geospatial information industry must expand and broaden the aspect. Particularly all the actors on the geospatial information industry must expand and broaden the aspect of what we call geospatial information industrialization, meaning from the merely production data actively utilizing and get the add value from geospatial data information. Based on the study, for example, published by Border Intelligence in the ASEAN region, geospatial analytic market size is expected to grow up from 0.5 billion US dollar in this year up to more than 1.01 billion US dollar in the next 5 years. So this is really meaning for us. At a compound annual growth rate up to 12% during the forecast period 2023 up to 2028, this number actually really promising for us for our future. The ASEAN geospatial analytic market, including us in Indonesia, grow rapidly, triggered by the evolving of rule of the National Geospatial Organization, including us in PAJ, also part of the Kementerian ATR and PPN, in driving geospatial market growth. The increasing government's effort to boost the geospatial ecosystem, as well as the increasing demands, the geospatial ecosystem from various end-user industries, such as in agriculture, such as in environmental monitoring, for example, as well as in urban development. So, therefore, the continuous innovation and integration of this technology, such as, for example, the integration of machine learning, integration of geospatial information with artificial intelligence in geospatial analytics, are one of the major factors driving the demand for geospatial solution in end-user industry, and we are aware of this. Dear distinguished delegates, colleagues, representatives, and all undergrads, I truly hope this event becomes a catalyst for all to enhance our collaboration and for sure widening our sharing in geospatial management. We, as a huge nation, Indonesia believes we also can contribute as well as take every benefit from our interaction during the next 5 days. So by the way, we will conduct this event up to Friday, meaning 5 days. Therefore, all of us gathering will be constant improvement in our endeavor of geospatial information management, especially to create a better world. Again, thank you very much. Don't forget to enjoy Bali and enjoy Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the Chairman of Geospatial Information Agency, Mr. Mo Aris Marfai, for the remarks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we would like to invite Regional Secretary of Bali Province, Mr. Dewa Made Indra, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Let's welcome Mr. Dewa Made Indra. The stage is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning of Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Hadi Cahyanto, His Excellency Professor Muhammad Haris Marfai, His Excellency Mr. Chi Hai Teo from the Secretariat of unggim-ap, His Excellency Dr. Wen Lifai, Director General China Land Surveying and Planning, His Excellency Dr. Sunil Kumar, Vice President of unggim-ap, distinguished guests and all participants. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessing that we can be here in this important event. On behalf of the government of Bali province, we would like to extend the warmest welcome to all of you. Dear delegations of Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023, thank you for choosing Bali as the venue of this forum. It will promote Bali even more as a suitable destination, not just for holiday, but also for meeting and business. I do hope Bali atmosphere will be able to inspire you all to contribute to the program so that it will go smoothly and successfully. I do hope as well this forum will be an opportunity to share knowledge and experience to encourage the geospatial science in Asia Pacific. The government of Bali province has adopted geospatial technology to manage some of the government's functions, such as spatial system, disaster mitigation, land asset management, COVID-19 spread management, tourism management, especially tourism village, and many more. I believe this geospatial technology will be able to be developed even more advanced in the future. I wish you all a fruitful and successful forum with brilliant and new innovation. Thank you very much. Om Shanti Santi Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dewo Madindra, for the welcoming remarks of today's event.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda would like to invite Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of the National Land Agency, to deliver his welcoming remarks and to officially open the Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023. His Excellency, Mr. Hadi Cahyanto, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Kepala Badan Informasi Geospasial, Bapak Muhammad Haris Marfai, terima kasih Pak. Yang saya hormati PJ Gubernur Bali yang diwakili oleh Pak Sekda Pemerintah Provinsi Bali, Bapak Dewa Made Indra, President of United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Asia and the Pacific, Bapak Antonius Bambang Wijanarko, para delegasi dari perwakilan negara-negara anggota Regional Committee of United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for
Asia and the Pacific, serta hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian, kita ketahui bersama bahwa Indonesia adalah salah satu negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia dengan luas wilayah lebih dari 8,3 juta kilometer persegi. Dan luas wilayah daratan, untung di slide-nya jelas ada bahasa Inggrisnya ya, mencapai 1,9 juta kilometer. Apabila dibentangkan di atas peta dunia, maka diperkirakan wilayah Indonesia hampir seluas daratan Eropa, atau setara dengan jarak antara Inggris sampai Irak. Luas sekali. Dari wilayah daratan Indonesia mencapai 1,9 juta kilometer persegi, Kementerian ATR BPN memiliki kewenangan untuk mengelola bidang-bidang tanah yang berada di luar kawasan hutan sebesar 126 juta bidang tanah atau setara dengan 693.000 kilometer persegi. Memetakan dan menyajikan jutaan data bidang tanah tentu bukan merupakan hal yang mudah. Pada awalnya, data spesial masih disajikan secara manual dan dilengkapi dengan informasi dalam bentuk tabulasi. Namun, seiring perkembangan teknologi, Kementerian ATR BPN mulai bergerak menuju pemetaan secara digital sejak tahun 90-an. Kementerian ATR BPN juga memanfaatkan sistem informasi geografi yang mulai berkembang dan melandingkan peta bidang tanah digital pada peta dasar sehingga terdapat referensi geospasial. Hadirin yang berbahagia, dari target 126 juta bidang tanah, sampai dengan akhir tahun 2023 diperkirakan sebanyak 108,5 juta bidang tanah telah terpetakan dan diharapkan pada akhir tahun 2025 seluruh bidang tanah telah selesai dipetakan. Pemetakan bidang secara masif tersebut tidak terlepas dari keberhasilan strategi pendaftaran tanah sistematis lengkap atau PTSL yang dilaksanakan sejak tahun 2017. Sebagai perbandingan sebelum PTSL, data jumlah bidang tanah yang dipetakan selama lebih kurang 55 tahun. 55 tahun itu diambil sejak lahirnya Undang-Undang Pokok Agraria. Kurang lebih 55 tahun, sebanyak lebih kurang 64 juta bidang melalui PTSL. Maka sisanya masih 62 juta bidang akan diselesaikan tidak lebih dari 10 tahun. Untuk mengejar target tersebut, maka pada tahun 2023 mulai dilaksanakan integrated PTSL dengan memanfaatkan teknologi drone untuk menyiapkan BISMAT dengan resolusi spesial tinggi sehingga bidang-bidang tanah dapat dipetakan secara fotogrametis. Kedepannya, pemanfaatan drone untuk pembuatan BISMAP akan lebih dioptimalkan, tidak hanya untuk pemetakan 2 dimensi, namun akan dikembangkan juga untuk keperluan 3G, kadaster, dan digital twin. Bagi Kementerian ATR BPN, data geospasial bidang tanah sangat penting karena akan digunakan sebagai base layer untuk informasi pertahanan dan tata ruang. Dan berbagai informasi terkait pertanahan dan ruang yang disiapkan ATR BPN antara lain adalah tata ruang provinsi dan kabupaten kota, land ownership, land use, land value, customary land, dan sebagainya. Informasi-informasi berbasis bidang tanah tersebut menjadi bagian sumber data yang nantinya tidak hanya dimanfaatkan secara internal antara unit kerja di dalam Kementerian ATR BPN, namun juga akan digunakan oleh stakeholders lainnya di luar Kementerian ATR BPN. Secara umum, stakeholders eksternal dapat dikelompokkan menjadi 3, yaitu kementerian, lembaga, pemerintah daerah, dan masyarakat atau swasta. Sebagaimana diatur dalam Perpres nomor 23 tahun 2021, terdapat 18 dari 158 informasi geospasial tematik IGT yang menjadi tanggung jawab Kementerian ATR BPN. Perpres ini mengatur tentang kebijakan satu peta yang mengintegrasikan informasi geospasial lintas KL untuk digunakan sebagai acuan oleh pemerintah dalam melaksanakan percepatan pelaksanaan pembangunan, termasuk menyusun pemanfaatan ruang secara terintegrasi dan menyelesaikan kemungkinan terjadinya indikasi tumpang tindih pemanfaatan ruang. Hadirin yang berbahagia, IGT tata ruang merupakan salah satu data spasial utama karena menjadi panglima dalam perencanaan pembangunan dan pengembangan wilayah, mulai dari rencana tata ruang wilayah nasional, RT-RWN, rencana tata ruang wilayah, RT-RW, termasuk juga provinsi, kabupaten, dan kota, sampai dengan rencana detail tata ruang, RDTR, dan saat ini sudah tersedia 34 RT-RW provinsi, 410 RT-RW kabupaten, 93 RT-RW kota, serta 384 RDTR, di mana 194 diantaranya sudah terintegrasi dengan sistem online single submission (OSS). IGT HGU perkebunan dimanfaatkan oleh beberapa instansi pusat dalam rangka program tata kelola sawit nasional. Hal ini dikarenakan sawit merupakan salah satu komoditas utama pendukung sektor nasional. Maka perlu dilakukan pendataan berapa luas perkebunan yang ada, berapa yang perlu di-replanting, berapa nilai revenue-nya yang didapatkan negara, dan sebagainya. Isu lingkungan misalnya, deforestasi dan carbon trade menjadi salah satu perhatian dengan adanya indikasi perubahan pemanfaatan kawasan hutan menjadi perkebunan. Terutama untuk komoditas sawit, kementerian yang terlibat dengan data HGU, antara lain dari Kemenko Perekonomian, Kementerian Pertanian, Kementerian Keuangan, dan Badan Pengawasan Keuangan dan Pembangunan atau BPKP. Selanjutnya adalah IGT zona nilai tanah. Selain digunakan sebagai dasar penghitungan pajak peralihan hak atas tanah, juga digunakan oleh pemerintah kabupaten kota untuk menentukan objek pajak dan subjek pajak, juga untuk penghitungan nilai objek pajak (NOP). Dalam hal ini perlu adanya kerjasama antara ATR BPN dengan pemerintah daerah setempat untuk berbagai pakai data spesial terkait bidang tanah. Selain itu, data nilai tanah menjadi komponen penting dalam penilaian loan to value, di mana loan to value dapat mengindikasikan beberapa besar potensi suatu wilayah untuk investasi dan berapa besar putaran ekonomi terhadap nilai aset tanahnya. Beberapa perusahaan swasta yang tertarik untuk melakukan kolaborasi data dengan yang dipunyai oleh Kementerian ATR BPN dengan melakukan pengayaan informasi untuk menentukan lokasi-lokasi yang mempunyai potensi nilai ekonomi tinggi dalam suatu wilayah menggunakan metode Commercial Land Index Scoring (CLIS). Dengan metode tersebut dapat dilakukan analisis spasial terhadap bidang-bidang tanah atau kawasan yang menarik perhatian investor di bidang jasa. Misalnya, untuk mendirikan hotel, pasar, pasar swalayan, tempat kuliner, dan sebagainya. Dari beberapa contoh di atas, Kementerian ATR BPN telah menyusun strategi untuk mengubah kebijakan hulu bergeser ke hilir dengan melakukan pengayaan informasi derivatif agar lebih bermanfaat bagi stakeholder di luar ATR BPN. Data pertanahan dan ruang sudah kita perkenalkan melalui interface Bumi ATR BPN Go ID untuk memfasilitasi pembukaan informasi publik. Geospasial Bumi merupakan sarana yang disiapkan dalam rangka mewujudkan pelayanan publik yang lebih baik dengan menyediakan peta interaktif, alat pencarian lokasi, dan informasi geospasial lainnya. Saat ini, Bumi cukup dinilai dengan dan diminati dengan jumlah view lebih dari 2 juta dan pengguna aktif lebih dari 300.000 sepanjang tahun 2023. Tentu saja Bumi akan terus kami kembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan kebutuhan berbagai pengguna. Untuk itu kami mengajak saudara-saudara untuk mengunjungi Bumi dan memawatkan berbagai informasi yang tersedia. Sekaligus juga memberikan masukan maupun feedback untuk menjadi sebuah geoportal yang lebih bermanfaat bagi semua. Bagi Kementerian ATR BPN, informasi geospasial berbasis bidang tanah merupakan suatu keharusan dalam rangka mendukung pelaksanaan pembangunan yang lebih bermartabat dan berkelanjutan. Demikian sambutan yang bisa saya sampaikan. Saya ucapkan selamat mengikuti konferensi Asia Pasifik Geospasial Forum. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih. Wabila taufik walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you, the Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning. Please remain on stage.
Kami mohon untuk tetap berkenan di atas panggung.
And we would like to also invite for the opening ceremony of the Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum. We kindly invite the Chairman of Geospatial Information Agency, the President of unggim Asia Pacific, also Mr. Chi Hai Teo from unggim, also the Regional Secretary of Bali Province, Mrs. Wen Lifeng, the Director General of China Land Surveying and Planning Institute, also Mr. Sunil Kumar, the Surveyor of General of India, to join us here on the stage for the opening ceremony of Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023. The opening ceremony will marked by the strikes of traditional Balinese instrumental. It's called kentongan. So we will lead the opening by strike the kentongan. We will distribute first one by one to all of the distinguished guests, and then we will strike it together.
We will count down to 3, and after that, you may strike the traditional instrument together called kentongan as the sign that the Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023 will be officially open. Let's count together. 3, 2, 1.
Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023 is officially open! Once again, let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda would like to invite the chairman of Geospatial Information Agency would like to present a token of appreciation. A token of appreciation to all the honorable guests. Would like to invite at first this token will be delivered to His Excellency, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Head of the National Land Agency. The President of unggim Asia Pacific,
The next token of appreciation will be given to the Regional Secretary of Bali Province.
and would like to invite this token of appreciation will given to Mr. Chi Haitio, Senior Expert from unggim.
And the last one is to Joint Secretary of Surveyor of Generals of India, Mr. Sunil Kumar.
Next, would like to invite for having a group photo. Thank you. Please give applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda would like to invite Minister and followed by VIP guests will move to the expo area to open the expo officially. And the other guests, please remain seated and enjoy the snacks in this ballroom area. And for media partners, please, you may go to press conference office. So I would like to invite our media to come and join us at the room of press conference. Baik Bapak Ibu, untuk para tamu dan juga undangan lain, kami mohonkan berkenan bergabung bersama kami di ballroom area sembari prosesi pembukaan secara resmi Expo. Dan rekan-rekan media akan ada press conference. Jadi untuk para tamu dan juga undangan lain, mohon berkenan bersama kami bergabung di ballroom area.
So we would like to welcome Mr. Minister to please cut the ribbon to officially open the expo, and we would like to cut it on my mark. Please hold the flowers first. Now please present the expo.
Quantum Systems GmbH. Quantum Systems GmbH adalah perusahaan aviasi dan aerospace teknologi elektrik vertical take-off landing UAV unit Quantum Systems sampai dengan sejak tahun 2012. Untuk militer. Produk Trinity inilah yang saat ini menguasai pasar Indonesia dan dianggap sebagai unit drone impian semua aerial surveyor. Seiring dengan penggunaannya, Quantum System Trinity saat ini bertahap mengurangi intervensi human pada pengoperasian Trinity sehingga meminimalisir insiden akibat human error, serta beradaptasi dengan kondisi ekstrim seperti debu dan hujan, yakni dengan sertifikasi IP55 yang didukung dengan teknologi magnetic airspeed sensor. Teknologi airspeed sensor inilah yang hanya digunakan oleh drone pabrikan Quantum System. Untuk kalangan militer Pada tahun 2019, evolusi dari Trinity F9 ke Trinity F90 Plus mulai menurunkan tingkat insiden karena sistem data. Namun beberapa kendala tetap terjadi, hanya saja tingkat insiden berkesignifikan mencapai angka 20% dari unit yang beredar. Hingga akhirnya pada tahun 2020 tidak terjadi lagi insiden karena sistem data. Pasalnya, kesalahan pilot melalui pengamanan di sistem perencanaan penerbangan. Dan hingga tahun ini, hanya tercatat 2 insiden akibat dari data. Itulah mengapa Tuan Indo menjamin seluruh pilot atau aerial surveyor untuk disiplin terhadap standar penerbangan melalui pelatihan-pelatihan gratis. Dan membantu perusahaan pemilik untuk disiplin dan melakukan penerbangan sesuai standar operasi prosedur yang melibatkan situasional dan standar keselamatan penerbangan sipil. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Untuk informasi lebih lanjut, Anda dapat menghubungi kami atau Anda dapat melihat seluruh aplikasi dari sosial media kami. Salam hormat. Distributor tunggal yang juga ditunjuk sebagai brand ambassador Quantum Systems GmbH di Indonesia. Quantum Systems GmbH adalah perusahaan aviasi dan aerospace yang Jerman dan saat ini memproduksi teknologi elektronik. Didirikan oleh Yovis Taufan, yang terlebih dahulu sampai dengan pengujian unit di Indonesia semenjak tahun 2018. Pada tahun 2020 didirikan dan fokus Quantum Systems pengembangan di tahun sebelumnya. Pada tahun 2021, Quantum Systems Indonesia dengan pertama kalinya Trinity F90 Plus dengan sensor beroperasi hingga akhirnya pada tahun 2023 Indonesia dan PT Quantindo ditunjuk secara resmi sebagai ambassador Quantum System. Konsistensi PT Quantindo dalam memasarkan contoh oleh seluruh jaringan serta agar produk Quantum System digunakan sesuai dengan standar keselamatan penerbangan diberikan kepada seluruh investor yang menggunakan sisi teknologi, UAV quantum system yang menggunakan teknologi helikopter dengan motor ini terus berkembang sesuai dengan kebutuhan pasar, serta beradaptasi dengan pengalaman penerbangan yang dilakukan oleh end customer. Selama pengoperasian, piranti lunak terus diupdate untuk memperbaiki kinerja sistem penerbangan, optimalisasi fitur-fitur safety penerbangan yang diminta oleh end customer, serta memperbaiki permasalahan error secara otomatis tanpa harus mengeluarkan biaya tambahan. Produk quantum system sendiri terdiri dari beberapa varian, diantaranya adalah Trinity Pro untuk pasar komersial dan Trinity Tactical dengan antena telemetri yang terproduksi untuk militer. Produk Trinity inilah yang saat ini menguasai pasar Indonesia dan dianggap sebagai unit drone impian semua aerial surveyor. Seiring dengan penggunaannya, quantum system Trinity saat ini bertahap mengurangi intervensi human pada pengoperasian Trinity, sehingga meminimalisir insiden akibat human error, serta beradaptasi dengan kondisi ekstrim seperti debu dan hujan, yakni dengan sertifikasi IP55 yang didukung dengan teknologi magnetic air speed sensor. Teknologi air speed sensor inilah yang hanya digunakan oleh drone pabrikan quantum system.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the next agenda. Would like to invite Deputy Director General of Geospatial Information Department, Geospatial Information Authority of Japan, Mr. Idayo, to deliver his speech about geospatial technology for disaster management in Japan. Please welcome Mr. Idayo. The floor is yours.
Okay. Next and back. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. First, I would like to apologize that Mr. Oki is unable to attend this meeting due to urgent business. Therefore, I will make this presentation instead. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I would also like to thank all the people at Indonesia BIG for their great efforts in preparing and organizing such a wonderful forum. Japan suffers from natural disasters every year. Therefore, disaster resilience, in other words, power to overcome disasters, is an important factor in realizing a sustainable city. Today, I would like to introduce our efforts using geospatial information to enhance disaster resilience. Okay. Japan has suffered a lot from natural disasters. Exactly 100 years ago, in 1923, Tokyo and surroundings were severely damaged by the Great Kanto earthquake. This was shots of the center of Tokyo after the Great Kanto earthquake. It is an unimaginable from Tokyo today. The Great Kanto earthquake caused extensive damage due to fires that broke out during the earthquake. Earthquakes have continued to cause damage in various parts of Japan since the Great Kanto earthquakes. But these experiences with such disasters have led to the recognition of the need to utilize geospatial information in Japan and have promoted its use. The photo on the left side was taken during the 1995 Southern Hyogo Prefecture earthquake, which also caused fires in densely built-up areas, resulting in extensive damage. At this time, the damage to the buildings was mapped out to help in the restoration process. The photo on the right side also captures the damage to Kumamoto Castle caused by the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake. Information obtained by the drone photography accurately captured the damage to Kumamoto Castle, and the images were used to help restore the castle. On the other hand, natural disasters in Japan are not only earthquakes, but also damage from volcanic eruptions. And of course, windstorms and floods are also major disasters that damage people's lives every year. Today, I'd like to introduce how Japan uses geospatial information technology for such disasters. There are two main operations in disaster management using geospatial information technology. One is the preparation of geospatial information in normal times. The other is disaster response. Daily preparation is extremely important to minimize damage from natural disasters. Most importantly, maps must be both fresh and accurate. It is necessary that maps be up to date when considering evacuation routes and assessing the extent of damage. In Japan, maps are kept as fresh as accurate as possible by using two means. One is the means of area-wide update, which is less rapid, but to update a wide area by using aerial photographs and urban planning maps. The other is the means of the prompt update, which is a means of quickly updating the opening of a major road or a new part of a railway using blueprints. In both cases, we cooperate with local governments and facility administrators to update maps. As for volcanoes, there are 111 active volcanoes in Japan. Some of them, like this Sakurajima, are close to cities. The distance from the crater of Sakurajima volcano to the Kagoshima Prefecture government office is only about 10 kilometers. If a large-scale eruption occurs at such a volcano, the damage to the people around it will be huge. Sakurajima is a very active volcano where this type of eruption is seen daily, and more large-scale eruptions are possible. In preparation for such volcanic eruptions, Japan has developed a volcano-based map to prepare for disasters. Volcano-based maps consist of maps showing detailed topographic undulations and topographic features, and so on. These maps are used as basic data for estimation of damage caused by volcanic activity and for volcano research and eruption prediction. This is an active fault map. In the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake, large earthquakes occurred due to the activity of inland active faults. The earthquake caused significant fault movement, resulting in severe damage to houses. The fault displacement also appeared on the surface of the ground like this. Since active faults have the potential to cause earthquakes in the future, we have investigated nationwide in advance where these faults are distributed and have prepared active fault maps. The left side is the active fault maps. In addition to preparation and development of maps, I have talked about so far, Japan uses space geodetic techniques to monitor ground surface displacements. One is GeoNet, which consists of a dense GNSS cores network, monitors surface displacement at about 1,300 locations nationwide in real time and calculations more precise displacement daily. We also monitor surface displacements nationwide with high spatial resolution using interferometric SIR, time series analysis. Time series analysis is an excellent technique for monitoring surface displacement that can greatly reduce INSAR errors, detect small deformations, and identify the area of deformations. These are the actual surface displacements detected by INSAR TSA. These displacements are associated with land subsidence, landslides, and volcanic activity, and as you can see, it is possible to identify areas of displacement with high spatial resolution. By making such preparations during normal times, we can promptly extract necessary information even in the event of a disaster. In Japan, typhoons and concentrated heavy rains have caused river levee breaches and river overflows, inundating the cities. When such damage occurs, we quickly take aerial photographs and develop a provisional inundation depth map. By combining an accurately developed map with aerial photographs, inundation situations can be accurately understood. In case of an earthquake, real-time GeoNet analysis system for rapid deformation monitoring, named RIGARD, provides relevant organizations with information on cluster movements and their fault models within minutes of the earthquake. Such information supports the update of tsunami warnings. I think Mr. Basara Miyahara will give the details about the RIGARD tomorrow. We also use INSAR to obtain a full picture of the deformation. In addition, the seismic ground disaster assessment system analysis, where landslides and liquefaction are likely to have occurred immediately after the earthquake, by using seismic intensity and land condition. This information is provided to relevant organizations. Finally, it is essential that such information be provided to those who need it in a timely and appropriate manner. For this reason, we provide on-site support to disaster management authorities of local governments that are actually responding to disasters. On the other hand, information is provided to residents through a web map so that anyone can grasp the disaster situation. So this is my end of presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Idayo, Deputy Director General of Geospatial Information Department, Geospatial Information Authority of Japan.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite the Director General, China Land Surveying and Planning, Ministry of Natural Resources, PR of China, Dr. Wenli Fang, to deliver her speech in Digital and Intelligent Innovation in Land and Resource Survey Technology. Dr. Wenli Fang, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warm greeting to you on the auspicious morning. Today, I have the distinct privilege of addressing this gathering on the beautiful island of paradise, Bali, as we convene for the Asia-Pacific Geospatial Forum. I'm here to share with the esteemed expertise and scholars about our insight into China's practice in digital and intelligent innovation in land and resources survey technologies. My presentation includes 3 parts. Let's start with the overview of land resources survey and what's the international experience. Land resources as a bedrock of human sustenance and advancement have gained worldwide attention. Since 1930s, nations such as the United Kingdom, the United Nations, Australia, Japan, has established a comprehensive land resources survey system to meet the evolving needs of national development strategies. This system has transitioned from initial agriculture development to accommodating multi-objectives, economic and social progress. The methodologies of land resources survey has evolved from traditional field survey and the mural record keeping to the current digital age, characterized by extensive utilization of 3S technologies, namely remote sensing, geographic information system, and global positioning system. We are currently exploring new technologies, including artificial intelligence, signifying a shift towards a digital intelligence era. How about China? The Chinese government attached significant importance to the land resources surveys, with the land management law mandating the establishment of a national land resources survey system. The outcomes of survey constitute the bedrock for planning of national land space, ensuring efficient land utilization and safeguarding sustainable development. This progression can be divided into 3 key phases. Phase 1, from 1984 to 1996, to meet the needs of Chinese reform and the rural household responsibility system. The first nationwide land survey employed traditional methods at that time, such as topographic map and extensive field survey, primarily for land use data collection. The whole process takes 12 years to achieve the full coverage of the national land resources through statistic reporting. Phase 2, from 2007 to 2009, the second national land survey, divided by the needs of mitigating rapid economic development, urbanization, and farmland protection, relied extensively on the satellite image, primarily utilizing the 2.5 meters resolution image from a broad satellite. Building up a full coverage image, the survey was conducted through field survey using on-site parcel by parcel methods and established spatial database at national and regional levels. This supporting digitizing management for land and resources. From then on, in accordance with land survey regulation, we organize a nationwide land survey every 10 years in response to the needs of national strategy. Moreover, in order to maintain the data in time and support routine regular resources management, we conducted updating survey annually, mainly to fund the dynamic land use changes. Phase 3, from 2017 to 2019, for the purpose of promoting ecological civilization and supporting modern natural resources management, the third National Land Survey integrate submeters, domestic satellite images, establish the Internet Plus Survey mechanism, develop the National Land Survey cloud platform, and carry out the full digital survey. In general, the three phases achieved a significant transformation from managing by table to managing by map, and nowadays to managing by cloud. In alliance with the principle of harmonious coexistence between human and nature, we have enriched survey components into 5 dimensions of time, space, quantity, quality, ecology, and updated the dual evaluation application system regarding to resource and environmental carrying capacity, as well as land spatial development suitabilities. This system strongly supports strategic planning for sustainable development. Currently, the proliferation of intelligent technologies is a central driving force in the transformation and the enhancement of land survey, monitoring, and assessment. The integration of artificial intelligence, big data, and the knowledge service is driving the digitization and the intelligence of land resources survey, positioning China in a new era of digital ecological civilization. Now, let's move to the digital intelligent innovation in China land survey technologies. First, through our continuous technological innovation and practical experience, we have established the integrated system of space, air, ground, network, digital survey. This system spans nationwide and have been effectively employed in the 3rd National Land Survey, as well as subsequent annual updated survey. Here is a short video, to help us to better understanding this system.
The Space Air Ground Network digital survey and monitoring system integrates various perception systems, such as the satellite, aerial, real-time video camera, and ground surveys, with the Land Survey Cloud Platform as a central intelligence hub. Among these, satellites are employed for regular full coverage monitoring. Sensors such as drone airports and a real-time video camera are utilized for complementary monitoring to fill data gaps, while mobile devices are applied for field surveys. This system has successfully achieved economic, efficient, and engineering applications. The Space Air Ground Network digital survey and
Okay, this is our cloud platform. Secondly, empowered by the artificial intelligence, we have undertaken extensive research into the computer vision application of remote sensing model for the automatic extraction of land use changes from images has been developed step by step, facilitating changes detection and engineering application across the land spatial domain. And thirdly, leveraging technologies such as big data and cloud computing, we have crafted comprehensive data analysis and models for the land use changes under various scenarios. Based on the spatial temporal data, such as planning and control, ownership information, and the resources installment, we also have been established a 3-dimension visualization platform, predictive and early warning modeling. This innovation enabled informed decision-making for land and space optimizing and allocation gradually. Have you ever heard the city of the future? Here is the Xiong'an New area in Hebei of Beijing, Xiong'an has grown from a blank space to a planning blueprint and to the future city prototype. We deployed platforms such as building information modeling and city information modeling from very beginning, setting the technologies foundations for future city development in China. Last but not least, based on the National Land Survey data, we are advancing cadastral survey from land to natural resources. The registration of critical ecological area space, including the wetlands and the national parks, have already kicked off. The 一码管地 system, utilizing the real property identifier as a unique code, which is being implemented nationwide, has won the higher price in the doing business from World Bank. Through institutional reform, China has established a unified natural resources survey and monitoring system. Various data, such as forest, grassland, and wetlands, etc., are harmonized into one map. This map refers to utilization, quantity, space, ownership, and value, is designed as a fundamental information system for natural resource and assets. This system has been used in some local governments for supporting the value closed loop from resource to assets, to capital, to funds, and back to the resource conservation and restoration, providing the service for the realization of the two-mountain theory. That means lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets. Finally, let's look into the future. In the new era of unprecedented opportunity, our focus remains closely aligned with cutting-edge technologies, with an emphasis on the geospatial fields. We are committed to the comprehensive implementation of digital intelligence, with encompassed collaborative sensing, data aggregation, model analysis, and knowledge service. This commitment will serve the needs of national spatial planning, resources development and conservation, green and low carbon growth, as well as the protection of assets and interests, ultimately supporting the higher quality development. Taking this opportunity, we aspire to promote the sharing of experience and knowledges in land resources survey together with you. Dear friends, I extend my profound gratitude to all of you for your attention and participation. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you very much for the Director General, China Land Surveying and Planning, Ministry of Natural Resources, PR of China, Dr. Wenli Wang.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we'd like to invite Vice President unggim-ap, Joint Secretary Surveyor General of India, to deliver his speech about Geospatial Hackathon to promote innovation in India. Dr. Sunil Kumar, the floor is yours.
Good morning to you all. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting and providing this wonderful opportunity to address this august audience comprising country representatives, experts, and senior officials from various member states of Asia Pacific region, unggim, and Indonesian Geospatial Information Agency, BIG, Ministry of Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. The geospatial technology ecosystem is a multifaceted entity with multiple interactive components. Over the years, the technology ecosystem has evolved to capture the interplay between geospatial technologies, new enabling technologies, and business processes to bring with it multitude of opportunities. The National Geospatial Policy 2022 by the Government of India has a clear vision of strengthening the geospatial sector in India for national development and economic prosperity. The policy aims to position India as a global leader in geospatial technology by fostering an innovative ecosystem. It focuses on enabling and supporting innovation, idea creation, and startups in the geospatial sector. Furthermore, the policy addresses the need to update outdated regulations, technologies, and processes, building the geospatial digital divide and capitalizing on emerging technological opportunities. India has a vision of becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2025. At the very core of this transformative vision lies the indispensable role of geospatial technology, a dynamic force that is reshaping the way we perceive and interact with the world around us. Geospatial technology, the silent powerhouse behind numerous aspects of our daily lives, has become a linchpin for research and innovation. Its applications from simple map navigation to complex climate change modeling are as diverse as they are impactful. The tremendous growth in the use of geospatial technology signals a need for rigorous research and innovation to propel India forward in this arena. To foster the innovation across the domains, Government of India has been running various national programs like Startup India, Make in India, National Geospatial Program, National Mission for Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, Atal Innovation Mission, National Quantum Mission, Innovations for Defense Excellence, etc. In its endeavor to make India a world leader in global geospatial space with the best-in-the-class ecosystem for innovation, Government of India is focusing on supporting the startups by providing incubation and acceleration support, facilitating high-end and long-term research and development to create applications and solutions and build skilled manpower and awareness around the technology throughout the country. Startup ecosystem in India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for startups globally, with over 112,718 startups recognized officially by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade across 763 districts of the country as on 3rd October 2023. Nearby half of these startups are headquartered in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, away from the metropolitan cities. India's startup economy has been growing since 2016, with businesses mushrooming rapidly across the country. These startups are not only developing innovative solutions and technologies, but are generating large-scale employment. Significantly, the number of women entrepreneurs stood up at 14%, up from 10% and 11% in the previous 2 years. India ranked second in innovation quality with top positions in the quality of scientific publications and the quality of its universities among middle-income economies. The innovation of India is not just limited to certain sections. We have recognized startups solving problems in 56 diverse industrial sectors, with 13% from IT services, 9% healthcare and life sciences, 7% education, 5% agriculture, and 5% food and beverages. As of 3rd October 2023, India is home to 111 unicorns with a total valuation of $349.67 billion. Out of the total number of unicorns, 45 unicorns with a total valuation of $102.30 billion were born in 2021, and 22 unicorns with a total valuation of $29.20 billion were born in 2022. Various open sector-specific and domain-specific hackathon challenges are being run under government innovation initiatives to attract and invite talented, innovative brains to contribute with new ideas, offering solutions to the problems. A hackathon is more than a competition. It's call to action, an invitation to every visionary mind to contribute to the innovation that is expected to shape the future of technology landscape in India. Government of India vision is to catalyze innovation, to fuel the growth of businesses, to create job opportunities, and ultimately to improve the lives of our people. In this process, Government of India organized the Geospatial Hackathon from 14 January 2023 to promote innovation and startups in India. We aimed not only to showcase the immense potential of geospatial technology, but to tap into the collective brilliance of our participants who will lead the charge in making India a global leader in this transformative field. This hackathon was organized in joint collaboration between government, that is Survey of India and Department of Science and Technology, academia with Indian Institute of International Technology, Hyderabad, and industry, that is Microsoft, as partners contributing in their respective strengths and complementing various roles in alignment with their expertise. The hackathon was meant to popularize the domain of geospatial data, solutions, and research in the country. The hackathon was divided into two kinds of challenges, that is research challenge and startup challenge. Geospatial problem statements for this innovation challenge were given by Survey of India and Department of Science and Technology. The idea was to find out best solutions for geospatial select problem statements. The hackathon served as a platform for creativity, collaboration, and groundbreaking ideas. The hackathon had received 542 applications from startups, student teams, and professionals all over the country, out of which 133 ideas were shortlisted for second stage, and finally 73 ideas for innovative geospatial solutions were shortlisted for the hackathon stage, where 4 winners were finally awarded. During the challenge, various geospatial data sets related to the problem statements were also made available to all the participants to analyze this data and create insightful data processing, solution, and servicing tools. Building on the concept of open innovation and open data sharing, the challenge benefited stakeholders across the geospatial community in India. Government of India is now looking to create a single platform for geospatial innovation in the country by envisaging a geospatial innovation hub to support startups, startup incubation, hackathons, future technology, research and capacity building to support the geospatial, and several steps in this direction, ranging from conducting surveys, stakeholder consultations, organizing the brainstorming sessions and workshops to further strengthen and transform the future geospatial ecosystem in India are being taken up. I would like now to share with you a short video. Yeah, can I have a video, please? So this is about the hackathon that we organized. Thank you for your time and paying us attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for presenting the remarkable speech for today. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to proceed to the next agenda. For the next agenda is the first session of the day, which is unlocking the potential of geospatial innovation, which will be led by Ms. Lisa Bush, the Executive Board Member of unggim-ap Geoscience Australia, as a moderator. Ms. Lisa Bush, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I get to introduce the panel today, which is somewhat unexpected, so bear with me for a moment. So first of all, thank you so much for joining me this morning. We've got a number of presentations this morning and then a small question and answer session. So as you're listening to the presentations today, have a think about those burning questions, because I'll open up to the floor at the end of this session so you can ask those. So first of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Chiha Teo from unggim, Vice President. Thank you, Teo. And we're going to invite everyone up here. All right, so the second person I'd like to invite up is Dr. Victor Chu, Vice President of unggim Asia Pacific. Thank you. And the third person we'd like to invite up here today, unfortunately, as scheduled, is not able to, it has not actually made it in this morning. So we've got Ali Ahmari, who is coming up to have a chat to us today from Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Right, so we're going to pass over to Tio, who's going to give us a presentation. He's going to use the lectern right there to give us a little bit of an insight into the innovation as the centre of the IGF framework and strategic pathways. So over to you, Tio. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Lisa, and good morning, everyone. Just before I begin my presentation, allow me to say a few words. And on behalf of the United Nations, I thank the government of Indonesia and the island of Bali, as well as Badan Informasi Geospasial Indonesia, for so kindly and hospitably hosting this week for us, the week of the 12th plenary meeting of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific, and also the Asia-Pacific Geospatial Forum and all its workshops. I think this is going to be a fantastic week together, and I look forward to a lot of exchanges of ideas, of knowledge, of experiences and practices. I was asked to actually to talk about the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. There are 9 strategic pathways, and you will notice shortly that innovation is at the center, and it is at the center for transformative change. So let me start by introducing, for some of you who may not be fully aware, what is the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. There is a website at the bottom right corner, and you're welcome to go to that website to learn a lot more. There's a lot more materials on that website. It is overarching, it is strategic, it presents a forward-looking aspirational framework, and this is the most important thing. It is built on national needs and circumstances. So it's not a framework that is been dropped, from the top. This is a globally developed, globally consulted, and then globally adopted framework by the United Nations. Many countries, and I could safely say, I would think that most countries, if not all, who are represented in this room, were part of the process since 2018 in the preparation, development, consultation, and adoption of this United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. It comes in 3 interconnected parts. It has an overarching strategy. It comprises a vision, a mission, and sets out the strategic drivers for and the benefits from integrated geospatial information. Colleagues, integrated geospatial information management may seem to be a mouthful, but perhaps we could understand this a bit more simply by saying geospatial information, or the very work we do, whether it is in maps, on land, it is in various aspects related to location, has to be part of the whole to provide the knowledge and insights that government needs to make better decisions and better policies. It has 7 underpinning principles, 8 goals, and 9 strategic pathways. If you were to look at the 3 red circles, it is a strategy, it is also an implementation guide, and it is also an action plan. And so it has 3 interconnected parts. It provides a new paradigm for doing business with location-based information. So, the 9 strategic pathways, and as you can see, Innovation is at the center, and there's no coincidence, and I'll come shortly to it. And if you could read from the screen, it is anchored by 9 strategic pathways. It is a mechanism, it is a means for all of us to demonstrate, to articulate, to raise awareness, but also to work too, to ensure that there is national leadership in geospatial information management. And importantly, also developing the capacity and the resources to take the positive steps. And we are talking here, the positive steps are that of a transformative change in the way we do business with not only geospatial, but how do we make available evidence for good policy development, decision making. And I was just outside at the press conference. I mentioned that, colleagues, everything is tied to a location. People has a relationship to place. Events has a relationship to place. Business activities has a relationship to place. We need to know better where things are, where investments will have its greatest impact. I'm talking in this case from the government point of view, because governments are daily investing in the betterment of our people and our planet and our well-being. So it's a multidimensional framework aimed at enhancing national geospatial information management, particularly in developing countries, not just in developing countries, but in all countries. It focuses on geospatial information that is integrated with any, and I underline the word any, with any other meaningful data to solve societal and environmental problems, to act as a catalyst for economic growth and opportunity, and to understand and take benefits from a country's development priorities and the sustainable development goals. As you could see on the right of the screen, okay, you'll be on your left of the screen. We have global development agendas that many of us will need to be working to, and I won't go through it. The mechanism to allow countries to achieve the global development agenda is the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework with its 9 strategic pathways. The reason why the Committee of Experts and Member States came together and prepare and develop and then agree on this framework is simply, and I'll read it to you, the realization by governments that implementing national programs and priorities, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, will be suboptimal without globally developed, consulted and adopted frameworks, strategies and mechanisms to integrate data and information for measuring, monitoring and reporting process. Colleagues, if you were to work in the field of development, and if you are into developing national indicators to track the development either in the island of Bali or in a country, in a country in Indonesia, you will need to be able to bring together evidence that allow you to show and to understand where progress is or is not. Okay? And then also to monitor any programs that is been decided upon and been implemented. Basically, and if you were to read the quote by our Secretary General himself at the bottom right corner, he said the availability of high quality data is also critical, helping decision makers to understand where investments can have the greatest impact. I submit to you, colleagues, that government is in the business of knowing where. the government's dollar is being used and how well it's being used and how well it's benefiting the people of the country. So the UNIGIF, as you can see, is multidimensional. It has many users. Think about it, it could, if you were to implement the UNIGIF, it provides you that ability to address many challenges, many opportunities. It could advance the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. This is, and you will hear throughout this week the overarching principle of the 2030 agenda, that's to leave no one behind. To leave no one behind, you need to know where everyone is. Right? It could modernize our geospatial capacities. It could manage the impacts of climate and improve resilience. It is the basis, and I understand in a country like Indonesia, there needs to be integrating the terrestrial, maritime, cadastral domains, and it's the basis for doing that. It is overarching, and I'll repeat, it's overarching. It provides a new paradigm to further strengthen each country's nationally integrated geospatial information management. It's not only for member states who are already in the early stage of adopting the SDI or has adopted or has successfully went down the route of SDI, but it's also for those that are embarking on it, that are seeking to improve on it. I would not go into great details in this, but again, the three interconnected parts, there's a strategy. It was adopted in August 2018 by the Committee of Experts. It is a implementation guide, which was adopted in 2020, and it's also an action plan. Now, one takeaway here from this slide, countries prepare and implement the UNIGIF with their own country-level action plans. Okay? No one from the outside is coming in to prepare that for you. Countries have to prepare their own country-level action plans, and that is aligned with the country's priorities and circumstances. Now, each country-level action plan can reference the specific guidance or recommendations, options, and actions that are recommended or provided in the implementation guide. But that is not prescriptive. You choose what is useful to your country. But importantly, country prepare, country develop, and country adopt their own country-level action plans that's according to their national priorities and circumstances. So let's talk about strategic pathway 5, innovation. At the center of the 9 pathways is innovation. It recognizes that innovation has the potential, and we have heard already a number of presentations before me, 3 of them, and you could begin to get the glimpse of what innovation can do, not only to stimulate, but also to allow the country to move forward, to respond to rapid change. Importantly, there is an important concept. It's called leapfrogging. Many of us may feel that, oh, we are a little bit behind. Where should we start? Or no, maybe we have been left behind. The answer is no, no one as such is left behind. There's actually opportunity. For many, it's about incremental improvements. For others, it could be the opportunity to actually leapfrog. From where you are, example, manually, to a highly digital environment. And it's also ability to address the digital divide and to continually to use technology, which is continually evolving, to create new opportunities for innovation, especially in the economic sector. As you can see, there are 4 elements. in these pathways, we talk about technological advances. We need to always be cognizant and to keep track that we are in an era where technology is actually advancing at a much faster pace. Just to give you an indication of how old I am. When I entered university with a slide rule. There is no programmable calculator. That's how old I am, okay? I know many of you do not know what even is a slide rule, but you can actually ask Wikipedia to show you what's a slide rule. It was a time where there are no computers. And today, this is, so powerful that you're doing a lot of things on this. And I won't even, you make a lot of decisions on this. Another element is innovation and creativity. We should be looking at how to promote that in our organization, in our society, in our government. What is actually not normally known as we talk about innovation and creativity is that of what we call process improvement. And we recommend that. We recommend that as you implement Strategic Pathway 9 is to look at process improvement. There is always improvement in the way we do things in our own unit, in our own section, in our own departments, in our own ministry or in government. There is an opportunity to keep doing better. And that is where that strategic pathway is actually appealing all of us to do. And also we want to actually be able to combine technological developments, data, to support policy and legal frameworks to bridge the geospatial digital divide. So when we look at innovation, colleagues, many a times we only think of this thing these days. So, that little image where you see a map there was how I tried to locate where I can get a good cup of coffee. So that's actually very normal to us. We do that all the time without even thinking. Right? For some of us, we thought that is actually innovation. That's what we have to do. All right? Innovation is about coming up with new things, new technologies, new applications, new apps, new ways of... Yes, it's about all those, but it's also, in this case, for the UNIGIF, it's about how do we bring innovation to our governance and institutional arrangements, to our policy and legal frameworks. Are there innovative ways of addressing the financing of the resources that we need? How do we now be more innovative in the collection, production and dissemination of data? More and innovative standards for us to use so that we can be more agile. Innovative partnerships to work together. What about more innovative curriculum at the university levels? Innovative ways to develop the capacity that we need, knowing that we are evolving in a very rapid pace. And what do we need to do to be more innovative in communicating and raising awareness? How do we make our policy and decision makers more available? And that's what actually we are talking about. As much as we love apps, we love all the technological advancement, as we implement the IGIF, the appeal is to think about innovation when implementing the 9 strategic pathways.
Theo, we might wrap it up there so we can move on to the other. Thank you.
So, let me just say this. As a single strategic pathway, innovation has the potential to have the most significant single impact for countries in stimulating and triggering rapid change, to leapfrog outdated technologies and to bridge the geospatial digital divide. And so as you assess your national situation, be innovative. As you look at your national circumstances, as you prepare your country-level action plans, be innovative, think about innovative ways, think about process improvements, think about how you can harness technology. And I would recommend that you always go back and re-look at what you did yesterday so you can do it better tomorrow. And that is innovation. So we are not talking about some very shining, complicated, complex things. We are talking about a paradigm, a way of thinking that's going to give us the tomorrow that we so desire. And I'm just sharing some quotes here as I wrap up. I think this is my last slides. Again, quoting from our Secretary General, the benefits of more timely, detailed, and accessible data are many. Right? And it's to know where and how we can do better, deliver deeper insights and smarter decisions. For all this and more, your knowledge of geospatial data, methods, frameworks, tools, and platforms is essential. That's appeal to us, to our community. We need your geospatial expertise. That's what he's saying to us, on two fronts, to measure progress and to make progress. So many times we think about measuring progress. We don't think we can be an agent of change to make progress. And I want to leave that thought with you. Think about being an agent of change to make progress. We need you to drive innovation and action through the power of data. And I just left this diagram up there just to show that, today we are looking at some of these things. We're looking now, we're looking beyond SDI, we're looking into a system of systems. But I left the other part of the diagram totally empty. Because I'm appealing to all of your innovative and creative abilities to push our community forward, right, into the tomorrow that we need. And this is just a diagram to show some of the thinking that's been shared with us about data, just as an example. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Theo. Put your hands together for Theo. Thank you so much. You've given us all a lot to ponder there. I'll pass on to Dr. Kool, who will be talking to us this morning about geospatial innovation to support safe, sustainable and smart Singapore. Over to you, Dr. Kool.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, good morning, distinguished guests and participants. I'll get my first slides up. There's a wrong one. Singapore. Before I start, I'd like to thank the organizer, I think, for having myself and my colleague to this event and giving me the opportunity to share with you our experience in Singapore in terms of geo-innovation and how do we use innovation in geospatial information to keep ourselves safe, sustainable and smart. Before we can be smart, before a city can be smart, it need to be safe and sustainable first. Yeah. So hence safe, sustainable and smart Singapore. I'm from the Singapore Land Authority. It's a land agency, one of the pillar, one of the important work for us is in cadastral survey, positioning, as well as in mapping. So just to give you a context, Singapore is really a very small city-states. We are just about 720 square kilometers. And later you'll see why we need to be innovative, why we need to push different applications going forward with the geospatial information. So we are driven by many plans and visions that we have in Singapore. You know, we want to build a safe, sustainable, smart Singapore. We have the digital government plan that outlines how government transform from what we are doing, business as usual, to the future digital government. It's a very comprehensive plan. We also have the Smart Nation initiatives that looks into how you know, all the nation, all the sectors can be transformed into a smart nation. And of course, last but not least, the green plan, which is a very important plan for us to keep ourselves sustainable. And you know, you heard from
till that innovation, or in this case, innovation with geospatial information is really at the center of what we are talking about today. Innovation applies to all stages of geospatial data life cycle, be it in the capture stage, model stage, manage stage, or deliver stage. I will go into this a little bit detail later on, and of course, innovation has to be applied to the infrastructure, the geo-infrastructure, to the data itself, to the platform, to the applications, and to the different services. I'll share that more in my following slides. Firstly, of course, national positioning infrastructure, there's a basis, right? So, geo-innovation in infrastructure is important. You have to build your infrastructure not just for one application. You have to prepare your infrastructure that can support many, many applications, including many digital information applications. And in Singapore's context, our CORS network are being applied to the different new digital applications. In this case, I just pick up two of them. Digital construction is very important. So how do you use your GNSS precise positioning to support your construction activities? Integrating GNSS data with your BIM data to support this kind of activities, to improve productivities, and to reduce the reliance on manpower on site. And of course, autonomous robots and autonomous vehicle. That is for the future. It's not now yet, but there is a lot of work in Singapore to innovatively use the real-time kinematic system provided by the CORS network or the siren system in Singapore to support this application. And of course, in the data, we need to adopt innovative way of capturing data fast. In this case, we are talking about adopting, sorry about that, I think the video doesn't play, but there are actually two videos in the slides. The area mapping, area photogrammetry, as well as the mobile mapping exercise. These are the technology that is very key for us to adopt to capture a lot of data in a short period of time. And with that innovation, you are going to get more data to support your other geospatial ecosystem. Of course, new data types like the point cloud data sets and oblique imagery are very key data sets that will be able to support many new applications and many important critical applications for many cities. Geo-innovation in the data itself, new data types. We are not just talking about a simple 3D city models. It has to be semantic-based, vector-based 3D city models. It can be mesh models. It can be voxel models. So these are the ways that we have to look into the different types of data in order to support the safe, the sustainable, and the smart city. We are really moving very rapidly from just pure 2D GIS data overlaying to 3D data integration. All our data now need to be integrated in order to provide good solutions, in order to be able to support the different needs for safety, sustainability, and smart. I'm showing you a few of these in the city level, in the street level. You've got a point cloud integrating with your panoramic images. Underground, you have your utility data integrating with your terrain models, and of course for built environment, your mapping data, 3D integrating with your indoor data. These are all very important innovation, in this case geo-innovation, to support what we need. We have platforms in innovation, platforms that can stream very large data set, point cloud data sets with imagery. I have this example here in Singapore, Street View data sets with point clouds supporting various agencies in operation, in planning. You can measure everything in the systems because it's accurately surveyed with 3D point clouds that cover all the roads in Singapore. Yeah. This is just a very simple video to show that, but I'm going to move fairly quickly because I have quite a lot of slides. It's an example to show that you can actually verify the size of a signboard for regulatory purposes. If we move forward, when we look at digital twin, developing of digital twin, geo-innovation is very, very important. In developing digital twin, we are actually talking about integrating many data sets, 2D data sets with 3D data sets. How do we integrate all these data sets on the fly? Some of them are collected in a steady states by the different agencies. How do we put them together through APIs, through the different techniques, geo-innovation techniques that we can put them together to support really very important applications going into the future. Again, another look at it, you need platforms, you need innovative platforms, geo-innovative platforms that can be truly integrating many types, many different sources of 3D data. You look at the graphics here, this is about the development progress of a big campus in Singapore, looking at mesh model, BIM models, other CTGML models that will be able to use for the work of digital twin. So again, the digital twin data needs digital twin platform. This is technology that enable us to do what we need to do. And moving forward, we didn't stop there. Geo-innovation is about adopting technology, other parts of it. So in this case, adopting game engine, Unreal Engine, and producing accurate metaverse. This is where we are looking ourselves going into future. This is not there yet for our daily application, but you can use game engine to, very rapidly sharing the data. In this case, it's about virtual business to be able to go into geo-innovation. And many new needs in sustainability, so geo-innovation in sustainability that we are looking at. So solar panel, where to place your solar panel on your buildings is very important. So we can produce nationwide or citywide solar potential map. This is a 3D maps that can let user knows where are the good places to place your solar panel, not just vertically on the rooftop, but can be vertically on the horizontally on the rooftop, but can be vertically on your facade of the building. So it's a massive exercise that uses 3D data to achieve what we want to achieve. Geo-innovation for digital transformation and smart nation. So I just give two examples here. In terms of managing your ecology as well as managing the parks in the cities in Singapore's context. We are actually innovatively using point clouds data from the street level data capturing as well as from area data capturing to really work on going detail into every single tree and managing these trees effectively and efficiently. And again, the autonomous mobility, this is not now, but a lot of work are required to plan, to design, to look into what is needed, not just from the infrastructure perspective, but also from the data, fundamental data perspective that would be able to support this kind of operation going into the future. And I believe many cities have this vision of trying to put some autonomous mobility in the streets and to be able to do some work going into the future, like delivery work and some robotic works that would help to reduce manpower needs and increase productivity. And moving on, up the triangle, besides the infrastructure, the data, the platforms need to be innovative. We want to be innovative in terms of the services that we provide using geospatial data. In Singapore's case, we are putting all the different government services, government maps requirement into apps. These are innovative use of the geospatial information as well as platform and services that would serve the general public. Is a very important applications that would save a lot of save a lot of manpower, providing confidence in terms of the government, good services to the citizens. Another area, inclusive society, inclusive city. So geo-innovation or geospatial information is important. In this case, we are working on mapping out barrier-free routes. So the routing today is not just for pedestrian walking, but we should be looking at helping the disabled to get around in the city. So this is very innovative applications. Just 2 more slides. So AI, I think we have heard about it, and of course using Geo-AI and AI in the innovative part of it to help us produce a better map, higher resolution map. And in Singapore, I think these are the projects that we are looking at, and it's very important for us to move forward. So last but not least, I just want to echo what Theo has just mentioned. Of course, innovation is right in the middle of the integrated geospatial information framework by unggim, and it is very clear that it is connected to all components, all aspects of geospatial information. So I'd like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you very much, Dr. Kul. We very much appreciate your insights and also the work that you've been doing in Singapore. I'd now like to hand over to Mr. Ali Al-Hamari, who will talk to us about some key strategies in promoting innovation for the National Geospatial Agency with a case study in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. Due to the flight delay for Engineer Asim Al-Ghamdi, he will be arrive in a few hours. I will present one case study in Saudi Arabia about the benefit of geospatial innovation. Recently, the National Geospatial Agency in Saudi Arabia launched a new version of the National Geospatial Platform. Through this platform, users can easily and securely and continuously access all components of the National Geospatial infrastructure in one place. As you see here, the success of others is our success. Here you can find about 58 agencies provide their data under the national governance framework. On the other hand, about or more than 128 agencies used their data for their application for this year. Digital twin is one of the significant services in our platform and provide high precision geospatial data for different purposes such as emergency planning, developing and operating infrastructure, developing and operating logistic services. We will see here an example of flood simulation. Yes. We selected the area of headquarters of the National Geospatial Agency in Saudi Arabia, GEOSA. We selected the affected area and identifying the location that are impacted by rising water level due to floods. Also, we can determine the water level based on rainfall rate and select the elevation of a specific area. Also, ability to identify the area based on the water level, fastest route for the rescue team, and developing emergency plan. Finally, here are another example of simulation of incident of fire. Also play the video, please. Play the video. The simulation of this example demonstrates how the digital twin and geospatial data can be used effectively, manage and respond to the fire incidents building. Yes. The classification of building components based on their height, which determines the suitable firefighting equipment needed. As you see in this example, we classify the building based on their height. Also identify the specific building affected by a fire. Automatically calculation the height of building and the exact location of the fire. Also determine all appropriate firefighting. Here we select the point of the incidence. The height. And we see or determine the nearest station from the fire station. Also closest designated water source available. Yeah. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you so much for your insights. And in fact, as I reflect on that session, we've covered quite a lot of ground in, 45, 50 minutes. We, first of all, had those 9 strategic pathways where innovation was a really key part brought out by Theo. And certainly for me, who quite often works at the national level, some of the key points that really resonated with me was the need to have an actionable national action plan, and a part of that is innovation. And also that piece, Theo, that you talked about in terms of making sure that you have the numbers, making sure that you can project the return on investment. It was a key part in being able to justify often at the national level, innovation and that APGF framework. We then moved on to Dr. Kool, who talked to us about some of the work that's happening in Singapore, and in particular, really that geospatial is so much more than just the data, and innovation is a really key component of being able to achieve actionable decision advantage. And then finally, having a look at some of the examples, in particular some of the digital twin examples in the Saudi Arabia use case. And a key piece that resonated with me in that was the importance of collaboration in achieving some of those outcomes and being really able to enable and capitalise on innovation. And I guess when you put all those things together, for me, it's caused me to reflect on innovation for me as a geospatial professional. And as I reflect on a 27-year young career in the geospatial industry, I note that it's not a lack of good ideas out there. Actually, I truly believe that the geospatial profession attracts really talented people that are absolutely looking for opportunities to innovate and do more with what they have. I guess the challenge is actually often in enabling that innovation. And so what I'd like to do is pose a question right now, and I might put it to Dr. Kool, to be able to tell me about what some of the challenges are about innovation. And before you answer, you can have a think about that. If anyone has some questions within the crowd, I ask you to move to one of the 2 microphones that we have here, so you can line up behind the microphones, and we'll pass over to you after Dr. Kool's had an opportunity to answer that question. So, Dr. Kool, over to you.
Thank you, Lisa, for the question. It's a tough one. In Singapore's context, and I believe that in most of the places, these are the 3 major challenges that all are looking at. I think we heard about the investment. You have to justify for your investment. So I would say that in most of the geospatial innovation, there is a need for fund. You need to do something, right? So funding, getting funding and justifying for that. And of course, definitely the UN framework helps us to look into that. So having a funding is one of it. Having your own national framework that aligns yourself with the UN framework is helpful, is important. We need that. And of course, last but not least, is people. Having capable people, having good ecosystem that include the education, the Institute of Higher Learning and the research is all very important part of the ecosystems that would be able to support and be the main bedrock for innovation.
Thank you very much for your answer. Now I can see that we do not have anyone standing up behind our microphones here, so I'll give you another opportunity to stand up and ask a question. And while oh look, we've got a contender, so we'll pass over and you may ask your question. Thank you. Are we able to turn that microphone live, please?
Thank you very much to all the speakers this morning. I just wanted to ask, we've obviously heard about innovation. We heard from India sort of the bottom-up approach and some other examples around the national level. But how do you coordinate between some innovation bottom-up and top-down to ultimately reach some of the goals we've been discussing? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. I might pass to yourself from an Arab example. And is it top-down? Is it bottom-up? How do you coordinate from an Arab perspective?
Thank you for your question. Actually, the main role of the National Geospatial Agency in Saudi Arabia to regulate the sector, and in terms of the elevation, I think I got it like that. The GEOSA, with the collaboration of the with the expert houses, we just started this technology for the selected area in Saudi Arabia, and sequentially we can continue in the future with applying and see how the challenges, how can we deal with that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And Theo, we might pass to yourself. Noting there are 7 country plans under the Integrated Geospatial Infrastructure Framework under IGIF. I was wondering, what role does IGIF have, in your experience, to be able to map out the innovation across a nation at multiple levels? From the country plans, so there's 7 country plans at the moment under that framework. I was wondering, in your experience, having seen those country plans, how much does the innovation strategic path work map out or be able to look at those different layers of innovation within a country?
From those plans that we are privileged to actually have a look, you must understand some of these country-level action plans are, because of the process, is kept by the countries for good reasons. Okay, but for those plans we are have the privilege to look, I would say, in your opening statement, when you talk about, we actually are a very creative community, and there is a lot of innovation in there, and many of the things that we are observing is things like I said, need not be those big-ticket things. And we've seen this whole morning so far. We saw, the presentation from China, from India, and then from Singapore, and Saudi Arabia, and also from Japan. I mean, you can see in that there are a lot of innovative ways of doing things, and some of them are really big. Shall I use the word shiny? But there are also many little things that's happening. And we notice that countries are actually very innovative in creating things. One of the things that we observe is especially in the area of the people influence, or partnerships, how they can go about solidifying the crucial partnerships they need to make things work better in their country. Now, I would say this, for example, in the example in Saudi Arabia, they said it, but also in Singapore, there's a lot of collaboration going on. Right? And just to answer Matthew's question, there is both a top-down and a bottom-up, because you need to have the enabling environment to allow collaboration to happen, all right? To allow the creativity to thrive. At the bottom, you need the people to come in and do the things together, and the enthusiasm and the passion to make things happen. I'm avoiding quoting very specific country examples, but I can say from where I've observed, there is a very healthy dose of innovation throughout. We normally think about the data collection or the technology we use, because that's what we normally think of. But we also could see that in the governance and also in the people side. And the 9 pathways is actually, there are a lot of creativity in there, and that's helping countries to push forward. It's coming up with new solutions to address old problems.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, sorry, yep.
Yeah, I would like to share my views and maybe try to address Matthew's questions. of the top-down and bottom-up. I think we all know that, just Teo's mentioned about the collaborative effort. That's very important. The government just can't do everything on our own, right? So private sector, academic sector, NGO users are, we consider that if they are doing anything, that's bottom up, and government are generally top down. And how do you fill the gap? There's always a gap in between. And how do we fill the gaps? I think many events are important, hackathon and all these events are important. That can come from the government side. You can have framework, you can do all kinds of things to collaborate, to engage the bottom. And of course, from the bottom, or the private sector or the academic sector, you can also have many events from that bottom up. And hopefully we can come to a middle ground, the center, and come together. That's what Theo says, collaboration. I think that's important.
Thank you very much for those observations. And I guess from my own personal experience, to answer that same question, as I would reflect that innovation is much like leadership. You don't need to be in a leadership position to practice good leadership. You don't need to be in an innovation position to practice innovation. Anyone can do it anywhere, but certainly in a zero-sum resourcing environment, which many of us face ourselves in, being able to have clear roles and responsibilities to avoid duplication of effort and to be able to fill some of those innovation gaps is definitely a positive at a national scale. And in real terms, in an Australian perspective, that would mean having a really clear geospatial strategy about what the future looks like and how we will get there. And importantly, having innovation as one of those key components nested under a geospatial strategy, mapping out who's doing what. And then the second part is making sure that everyone knows that they can be an innovator and they can really enable themselves or their teams to capitalise on that great thought or that new tech we've talked about it before about leapfrogging off other successes and learning from other people's failures is a strong word, but other people's learning experiences along the way. Now, do we have any more questions within the crowd? Yes? Excellent. So if we can make this mic live over here, that'd be fantastic. Excellent.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentations this morning. I just want to make a comment regarding the question from Lisa to Theo regarding the countries with action plan in terms of progressing innovation. My name is William Farao from Tonga, and we are one of those countries with an action plan. In terms of innovations, like you were saying, there are key few things should be there before we have an enabled environment for innovations. Key infrastructures is not yet there, expertise, funding is always an issue, but I believe the benefit is that we have an action plan that set the platform for infrastructures to have capacity development, to have the local experts, and then we have that enable environment to enjoy creativity and innovations. And I believe that's where we are in terms of how the action plan now has supported us, provided that platform. And that's a comment from us in terms of the action plan. And also, regarding, we have seen the progress from countries in terms of digitization and all those. I know the panelists and the presentations earlier has gone through this process. Just following up on the challenges on innovation that Lisa asked earlier. With us, most of our land information and data are half digital and half manual. So that's the process we are now. How have you come about those years from transformation from manual to digitization? That's my questions, the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. I think many of the challenges that you've articulated there are certainly resonated with all the experiences with those on our on the stage here. And I do recommend anyone who hasn't had a good look at what one of those country action plans looks like under the integrated geospatial information framework that Teo talked about, to go and have a look at the Kingdom of Tonga's work, have a chat while you're here today or tomorrow, and talk about what that action plan might actually look like and what those lessons learned might be for you. I can see that we've got another question here, so I'll hand over to Rob. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. And I thank presenters for their fantastic presentations and insights into moving forward in regards to innovation. This is a very broad question, and some of the panelists here may have already answered it previously, but essentially, I'm just looking for some take-home messages here. So maybe a comment from each of the speakers is how do you actually convince the decision makers to actually resource and invest into innovation plans or initiatives?
Excellent. The million-dollar question, multi-million-dollar question perhaps. All right, we will go from my left and we'll run it across. How do you convince your stakeholders to invest in innovation?
Yes, that's a very good question. Actually, we started our work from the scratch with our partners. If they see the success, if they see the benefit of the technology, if they save their efforts and their money by collaborating and see all these efforts integrated together, they will directly collaborate with you and build a good organization that integrate the data, the benefits, also sharing, data sharing, the capacity. All these components are integrated to each other. So you have to work with them from the beginning, let them see how the success, how the benefits. After that, they will be joined to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kool.
I'm sharing the experience of Singapore. So we need to write a lot of papers, do a lot of presentation before we can get an investment. Of course, what we want to do is, we want to show that before we start anything or we do anything new, we actually look around. Look around means that we come to conferences like this, we talk to people, we learn from the private sector, we learn from the academic sector. So we do all the ground work properly to know where we are and how do we move forward. So that's important to be able to show to the decision maker. And of course, the second thing is that we really think about creating once and used by many, this principle. So again, it is not just about solving one problem with one project or one technique, but trying to solve as many problems as possible with one effort. And of course, I think being able to link what you want to do with a real life issues, real life problem is important for the decision makers. So there's three main things I would like to share.
Excellent, thank you. And Teo, your observations or thoughts?
Yeah, we can trust Rob to ask a very difficult question. It is a difficult question, depending on how, let me see how best I can do justice to that question. if you were to look at the private sector side, there is always, is there a business case for it? Or is there a solution you are delivering? And usually that is usually the starting point to convince investors, be it angel investors or just people who put money because they believe in you, believe in your ideas. Now on the government side, few things, and then this is not the full list. I think we need to be driven by what are you trying to solve? And you need to relate to the current realities. And we spoke a lot, even in our country level action plan, is that, and whenever countries approach us for some guidance, we all say, please relate to your national circumstances, your national priorities. If there is, an issue, a national issue, or a local issue, that is where your best chances is actually to address those, to be part of that solution. And so what I would say is always this, start by saying, what are we trying to solve, or are we trying to resolve? It could also be a conflict, all right? To give an example, we have a country, and I will not name, that has recently undergone a couple of military coups, all right? But that did not stop the agency from being resourced. Because one of the things that the government is saying is that we need to address the inequality in our country. We don't even know where to put the next school. We do not know where to put the next healthcare center. We want to do that, all right? And so they turn to the mapping agency and says, help us. Do something creative, clever, show us what things are. And they got on working. Of course, they were then able to get additional resources even for their national mapping. And this is just an example. Now, I will give an example that many of you will think is very far-fetched at the global level. We think we have an issue with geodesy back, about 10 years back. And it's actually very innovative for countries to come together, negotiate and agree on a General Assembly resolution towards a global geodetic reference frame for sustainable development. And we know that, I don't need to relate the story, many of you in this room will know that there is now a means to operationalize that General Assembly resolution. If you think about it at that very global level, and this is top-down, it's actually very creative. To think about that is one way to address a lot of the pains that we have, and go to the General Assembly and get the resolution out of it.
Thank you very much for those examples. And I'm going to throw my 2 cents in as well. I guess designing and delivering geospatial capability, inclusive of innovation, is very much part, it is my bread and butter and has been for quite some time. And there's a number of points that have been said along here that certainly I take into account. For me, it's about understanding strategic intent, and certainly that can be different. It'll be nuanced. National will be different to state and local governments. It'll be different to the strategic intent of a community or industry body. But in the end, it's all the same. Understanding that end game, understanding what we're trying to achieve. It's then having a very clear narrative about how that geospatial innovation or how that geospatial capability will achieve strategic intent. And importantly, being able to throw some numbers around the financial and non-financial benefits of what you're proposing, and importantly, the risks, preferably in numbers terms, about what if you don't do this. And another key component in my experience is having a number of senior champions, and that comes part of the piece that you're talking about there, Dr. Cool, about a lot of pre-briefs, to make sure that you have those champions, those influencers that can help along in the journey. Because if you don't have that strong leadership and championing, you will never get the decision that you need. All right, do we have any final questions? I note that we are the only thing between you and lunch. So last call for any questions? No. All right. I would like to thank the audience for being part of this session, and I would obviously like to thank the panelists for your time, your presentations, and your input today in what I hope has been a very informative session on geospatial innovation. Please put your hands together for this panel.
Thank you so much for all the speakers and also the moderator. Would like to take a moment to take a picture together. Please move forward a little bit.
In front of the table.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for all of the speakers and the moderator for the first session of today's seminar.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue for the next session, for the second session, and the third session, we are going to continue after lunch break. After this, we are going to have lunch break, and then the lunch will be at Pond Restaurant in lobby area. We are going to coming back to this ballroom around 1 p.m. We are going to proceed to the next agenda, 1 p.m. in this ballroom to continue for the next session.
As for your information, ladies and gentlemen, for the Indonesian delegates, so you may proceed to the Pod Restaurant. And for the overseas delegates, please don't forget to use your coupons for the meal or for the lunch session. So don't forget to use your coupon. We already have your coupon for you. And don't forget to exchange your coupon to have the lunch session. And the lunch session will be held at the VIP rooms at the Ponds Restaurant. So once again, for the location of the Ponds Restaurant will be directed by our committee. So the committee will be directed the lunch break for all of the audience or all of the guests today for the session. So ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite everybody to please enjoy your lunch, and we will return again in a moment or at 1 p.m. for the next session. Thank you very much.
Have a great lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to International Seminar on Geo-Innovation for a Safe and Sustainable World. Allow me to proceed to the next agenda. Today is the second session about enabling geospatial solution for sustainable cities, which will be led by Dr. Joshua Jacobs from U.S. Census Bureau as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Joshua Jacobs.
Hi everyone, I hope everybody is awake after lunch. That was a great lunch. Thank you to our hosts. I appreciate that. So welcome to our first afternoon session titled Enabling Geospatial Solutions for Sustainable Cities. So we have some great presentations here, and I'm going to invite our presenters up one at a time. Our first presenter is Mr. Nazib Faisal. He's the director of the Center for Data and Information Technology. As Mr. Faisal, if you can join us on the stage. He works in the, thank you. He works in the Ministry of Public Works and Housing and is director of the Data Center. Mr. Nazib is responsible for managing useful and easy to access data and information in the Ministry of Public Works and Housing. His presentation is titled Integrating Geospatial Data and BIM in the Developing the New National Capital City. So thanks again. One more round of applause, please. Next, Dr. Hyojin Yang is a senior researcher at the National Land Satellite Center of the Republic of Korea and holds a PhD in geodetic science and surveying from Ohio State University in Columbus, Ohio. She'll be giving a presentation called Earth Observation Satellites for Disaster Management in South Korea. The president of the UNGGIM Americas, Sophia Nilo, could not be with us today. She sends her regards. But she has sent Ms. Rafaela Anilio in her place. Ms. Anilio is a professional geographer, currently working as an analyst at the National Spatial Data Infrastructure of Chile within the Ministry of National Assets. She'll be giving a presentation titled Geoportal to Support Smart City Development in the Americas. Bienvenido, Rafaela. And Mazian Hicks is the manager of Geospatial Information Management for the Ministry of Lands and Mineral Resources of Fiji. Ms. Hicks is currently the acting chair for the Pacific Geospatial and Surveying Council and chair for the Fiji Geospatial Technical Advisory Committee, which coordinates and monitors the resolutions of Fiji Geospatial Information Management Council. Ms. Hicks will be giving a presentation on geospatial management for an archipelago, best practices in Fiji. I'm looking forward to hearing it. Round of applause for Ms. Hicks, please. So I'm going to be seated and we can get started with our first presenter, which is Mr. Nazib Faisal. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nazib Faisal. I'm Director of Data and Information Technology of Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Indonesia. I hope you all enjoy Bali. And then, yeah, usually after lunch, we, a little bit sleepy. I hope I can share the good one with you, so I will start this presentation. My presentation is about geospatial technology for monitoring and evaluation in new capital city Indonesia. Everybody call it Nusantara. All right. national capital relocation to Kalimantan. I want to know how many of you know Kalimantan or new capital city. Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 10? 11. Okay, 11 people know about our plan to move our capital to Nusantara. So the newly planned and construction national capital designed to have higher standard and qualities, more adaptive, innovative and sustainable. In addition, the new capital city will be more convenient for gender inclusiveness and fairness. The relocation plan is based on two main considerations. The first one is equal development distribution, and then the second one is reduction of overwhelming Jakarta. You know, Jakarta is very crowded, right? Sometimes take 1 or 2 hours from my home to my office, so it is overwhelming. So, capital city and national economic activity center. As the national identity, IKN will be developed following concept of modern and international standardized city. Furthermore, IKN will be developed as a smart, green, beautiful, sustainable, with more effective and efficient governance. Lastly, we hope IKN will support economic equality for Eastern Indonesian regions. So, I want to move to the next slide. The President and Ministry of Public Works, Pak Basuki, have instructed IKN to be designed using the concept of forest city, sponge city, and smart city. So those purposes can be achieved through 1, collaborative work and integrated data. IKN design developed using the principle of collaborative works by utilizing BIM, building information modeling, and using geographic information system, GIS technology. Those technologies used to ensure the process of data integration across sector and government agencies. So we want to make it sure that in progress of construction using the same data, single source of truth. And then other purpose can be achieved through, one is, I think everybody in this room know about IoT, Internet of Things, real-time data and big data. So those purposes can be achieved through that two that I mentioned before. Right. If you look at my presentation, based on this concept, we have been developing innovation using the concept of smart design and construction for smart infrastructure. Let's see step 1, smart design and construction. During this stage, we integrate of 3D design using building information modeling. And then it can be monitored and visualized in the real time. This allows to us to manage documents, 3D model design, construction, approval, and visualize design by integrating BIM and GIS data. In the end of the slide, I will show you a demo, right? And then the second one is smart infrastructure. What is smart infrastructure for IKN? The integrated geospatial data managed using cloud technology as a big data. In addition, big data is supported by IoT, real-time data to perform smart analytics as the foundation for government to make a decision for a highest outcome for the people, for the citizen of Indonesia and others. So those two things is smart infrastructure concept in new capital city. The first one is smart design, smart construction, and then the stage number 2 is smart infrastructure. Okay. Our innovation is make some like, some people say war room, command center, room center, or decision room, something like that. But we call it command center that has about 11 features about it. The first one is public information. If you have internet connection here, you can open nusantara.pu.go.id. So it will be, you can see public information. And then there is some kind of another features for 3D data, but in other way, using a Roblox platform. So we convert 3D model data to Roblox so everybody can play. I think last month ago, about 4,000 people play it when we introduced to public. Features number 2 is Roblox Nusantara. You can play, you can see how the place of the president, how is the road. You can interact with others that get into the Roblox platform. Number 3 is BIM progress. The features number 3 is BIM progress, if you can see. And then number 4 is a BIM design. So it is design visualization for each construction project in 3 dimension. Number 5 features is about WebGIS IKN in 2D, 2 dimension. Just visualize the vector and image data. Number 6 features is WebGIS 3D design. So before we construct, we check the design, the 3D design. Maybe there is a clash detection there. Maybe the elevation is wrong. Maybe the position of XY is wrong. So we check it. After we approve 3D design, so we monitor every week the change in the field. Like in the bridge, we have foundation, we have upper structure. So in this case, in our command center, we can see the progress every week in 3D. Number 8 features is employee information. Right now it's about 10,000 people work in new capital city. 10,000, not 1,000, about 10,000. So we can know the employee information there, the age, gender, where they come from Pulau Jawa or as local employees, something like that. Number 9 is project infrastructure. It's about information of each project stages. So we can see stage 1, what kind of progress that we achieve. Stage 2, what kind of progress that still missing or not achieved yet. Number 10 is fleet management. This is fleet is to monitor heavy construction equipment in the location. Right now it's about 1,500 fleet that work in a new capital city. The last one, I know is CCTV. I think CCTV is not too special, but it is important to us to make sure that everybody works, the fleet is work, and then we can achieve the goal that we planned 1 week ago or months ago. So this is the 11 features that added in the command center innovation for new capital city. My last slide. How is about to make it sustain? Or we call it sustainability plan. The first of all, we will enhance the features from 11 maybe to 15 or 20, but the first one is using augmented reality and virtual reality for viewing IKN's virtual design. And then we will add more and more IoT, like maybe weather sensor, temperature sensor, traffic sensor, and then we will add that IoT in GIS. Not only 2D or but we will add in 3D. Number 3 is utilization of big data and cloud technology. Everybody know in the world you talk about big data, but how we implemented that one. Big data for us, for Indonesian government, is to give a value. The value is like the highest outcome for people or citizen. So using big data, government can decide or take something. So data-driven organization will be achieved by us. The last one is concept GIS and BIM data integration within IKN Command Center has been adopted for development of BIM PUPR dashboard. All right, that's my presentation. I will show you a demo. Can you change slide again? Right. This is a landing page of nusantara.pu.id, so it is for public. If you want to know about general information of new capital city, you can see in this module. Sorry. You can save. There is a PDF document that everybody should know about the plan of my governments to move the city to Kalimantan. Okay, I will cancel this one. And then Roblox. Maybe this is for the kids actually, but somehow adults play this one too. So we changed the format of 3D design of new capital city into the Roblox platform. So you can try, just click the coba sekarang, try it now in English. And then the third module is, you can see the progress. This is the location of the project. So if you want to see the President's Secretariat, you can see the progress like this, just like this one. Wait a minute. This is another office. This is the coordinating ministry office. Same, we have 4 coordinating ministry in Indonesia. So you can see the progress, but I don't know what happened to the internet connection here. Okay. Okay, this one is, this is a design, this is the progress last week. So we updated each week, so we can see the crane here, still there. And you can see, if you want to, in the command center we can maximize. Also we have a photo there. We have a video also here. Right. So this one is Web 2D GIS. So this is the location of the project of new capital city. Pak Irgan, internetnya memang slowly. Okay. I'm so sorry because the internet connection is very slow, I think. But you can see the IKN project here. And then This is a 3D GIS. So, same, this is a design, not in detail, but it is proper to check every week in the meeting. Right? This is the progress, actually. But since internet connection is not too good, you cannot see the detail of the progress, but it is the feature that I mentioned before. This is about employee information. Right now is about 12,000 employees in New Ikain City. This is a summary that we use for a checkpoint meeting every week. So right now we have 176 package of the project. Physical package is about 80. Non-physical is about 96 package. Right? This is the fleet management. So we can see the amount of fleet that move, park on, park off, and then sometimes it miss. I don't know, maybe the drivers come to his home, but we can check every minute we can check it.
Well, Mr. Naeem.
All right, I think that's the demo. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope someday we can make some Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum in new capital city. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker, Dr. Yang, if you can take the podium. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hyojin Yang from the National Geographic Information Institute in South Korea. As our chair mentioned, my presentation topic is Earth Observation Satellite for Disaster Management in South Korea. My presentation includes more practical cases than the conceptual one. My presentation will follow the background and introducing National Geographic Information Institute and first and second satellites of a compact advanced satellite 500 series and disaster management and summary. As today's seminar is about the sustainable cities, every country around the world is interested in sustainable city. South Korea government also have emphasized the sustainable cities and made effort to implement it. As one of the cases of a sustainable city, the smart city in South Korea has been implemented by converging and integrating construction technology, information and communication technologies. Digital twin as a core platform to conduct smart city, we have cases for the metropolitan cities in South Korea as shown in the figures. In order to implement smart and digital twin cities, what is the basis? As you already know well, it is geospatial infrastructures and information. Here is our role, NGII, and our own satellites. The National Geographic Information Institute is the national mapping agency of South Korea. We develop and enact the policy on geospatial informations, moreover, collect, manage, and distribute the national geographic information. There are 5 main objectives, but today I want to focus on the construction and management of national imagery data. The NGII records the change of national landscape through aerial photograph and satellite imagery. Based on these resources, we produce also rectified imagery, national base map, and digital elevation models. For more rapid response to the change with no limitation on access, we have developed and operated a satellite with high-resolution optic camera. Here is our first satellite for land observations. Our mission is precise ground observations using electro-optical payload for monitoring land and natural resources, disasters, and supporting mapping. The camera has 1 panchromatic sensor and 4 multispectral band detectors. The resolution is 0.5 meters for panchromatic sensor and 2 meters for the multispectral band. The swath is 12 kilometers. The mission lifetime, our expect is more than 4 years. Currently, satellite imagery is open access to the South Korean domestic public users. It was launched on 22nd March in 2021. After calibration and validation, it is now on the regular operations. It orbiting Earth 15 times per day, and it can be operated up to 5 minutes per orbit and up to 25 minutes per day. It depends on the image compressions and the data storage in the bus. We have another satellite to be launched in 2025. 2 satellites have identical specifications, and they will be operated with 180-degree phase differences to get stereo pair image to conduct 3-dimensional geospatial information. Since 2021, the first satellite have traveled over entire world. The figure shows the place where we got the satellite imagery. We took the imagery for calibration, validation, and mission purpose around the world. The given satellite imagery is the most famous landmark in the world. The satellite imagery product have able in 4 different processing level to be different applicable to user need. Level 2 data is geometrically corrected products. Level 3 is analysis-ready data, so it has surface reflectance and additional usable data mask. The right figure on the bottom is describe our concept on the analysis-ready data. It is now on the service for the Korean Peninsula only. As I mentioned before, the satellite imagery is open access to the South Korean domestic public user. The satellite imagery can be downloaded through the NGII's data platform. We provide the imagery with the metadata such as sensor type, the satellite locations, and positions. Satellite imagery has many applications, especially it is very powerful to monitor and manage disasters such as wildfire and landslide. In order to support disaster management, we designed Geospatial 911 service. Geospatial 911 provides the satellite imagery before and after disaster with other geospatial information such as digital map or digital elevation models. Since 2021, we actively use our satellite to serve the Geospatial 911. For the disaster in South Korea, we deliver the dataset within 1 to 3 days after disaster to manage and recover the disaster. These are the cases which we provided the Geospatial 911 for the disaster in 2020 to 2022. For the wildfire, we analyzed the damaged area using image processing to identify the damaged area. For the landslide, we reconstruct the elevation models from the imagery and provide them together with imagery. In this year, we also provide the satellite imagery for the disaster with value-added information. Based on image processing methodology, we combined multispectral band images, then generated pseudo images to identify damaged area. As you can see in the figures, healthy forest has red colors, and damaged or burned forest has black or dark green colors. And it combined to other geospatial information. When we provided this kind of information, the public users, such as government on the disaster side, they use the data for the decision making. As one of example, local government use our data to produce the landslide thematic map as shown on the bottom on the right. The Geospatial 911 service is done through the online platform, and it is not only information, but also the toolbox such as overlapping, comparing, and reporting to the public users. As you know, satellite has no limitations on the access around the world. Therefore, we also gathered the satellite imagery on the disaster area around the world. This year, there was big earthquakes with a magnitude 7.4 in Turkey. We got the imagery and found the broken buildings, roads, and cities. Also, satellite imagery captured the emergency stations over the damaged area. At that point, Ministry of International Affairs, South Korea, sent a rescue team to help Turkey. Therefore, we provide this imagery to them. Recently, in Morocco, there was also big earthquakes with magnitude 6.8. The satellite captured the broken and damaged infrastructures and cities as shown in the imageries. This imagery is about Libya, which had big damage by the flood. With the comparison to the Google Earth, we could find the effect of big flood in Derna, Libya. As I mentioned before, satellite can access to anywhere around the world. It is the most powerful aspect of satellites, and it is very powerful to manage disaster. Therefore, this April, we joined to the International Charter. International Charter is international organizations to support the disaster around the world with a satellite. International Charter mobilize agencies around the world and benefit from their know-how and their satellite through a single access point to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and at no cost to the users. NGII is data distributor in the International Charter. We hope to take an active role in supporting emergency response efforts around the world. and collaborate with other space agencies and authorize users to advance the field of disaster management and response. Here is a summary. NGII support the essential geospatial information in order to implement the smart and digital twin cities. Our satellite mission is to monitor land use and natural resource to manage disaster and support mapping. We serve Geospatial 911 for South Korea domestic public, which consists of satellite imagery before, after disaster, and other geospatial information. Recently, we joined to the International Charter. Through the International Charter activity, as a data distributor, we would support emergency response effort around the world. Thank you for the listening.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Our next speaker will be Ms. Rafaela Anilo. Sorry, Rafaela. And her presentation's titled Geoportal to Support Smart City Development in the Americas. So thank you for coming from the Americas. I know what a long trip that was. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. So today I will be talking you through some advances. I don't know if we can see the slides. Oh, there? Okay, thank you. So I will be talking to you through some of advances regarding smart city development in the Americas region. So I will be talking to you about two cases in Americas. So first is Buenos Aires, Argentina, and the second is Punta Arenas in Chile. It is really interesting to make this comparison because Buenos Aires is the capital city of Argentina with over 3 million people, while Punta Arenas in Chile, it is rather a small city with around 120,000 people. So it is really interesting to see how these both cities are trying to make the same effort to advance. Sorry. So, and in the case of Buenos Aires, it is called the 3D city, and it is really interesting because they have managed to link data from various public institutions and systematize it in a web map application. So it is accessible for the citizen and also the private and public sector. An important point is that it can be modeled from user-friendly visual interface. And it is also, currently, it helps to display the construction capacity, the right to urban development, and also the sustainable development. So you can see things like maximum height, what kind of constructions it can be done in different parcels, and different things that I will be showing you later. So there is a previous situation where we have the law, the parcels, and also the procedures. Everything is working in a different place. So it is really hard and it takes too many time to not only for the citizen, but also the professionals working in this area to search and to find whatever they need to proceed with any paperwork. So the law on the parcels together establishes the construction's capacity, the right to urban development, and it is also talks regarding the maximum heights and what can be built, and also the composition of each neighborhood. So in general, these both talk about the edification norms and the land use allowed. So these two first things, and then we have the third, which is the procedures, and this is all separate. So it is too many paperwork, and it takes too long to advance. So one of the challenges was there is three types of blocks. First, we have the one that has the most amount, which is the typical blocks for commercial use, and this is 59%. Then we have the second type, which is the protected buildings. This is 10%. And the third is the atypical blocks, which is the 31%. So this is systematized in this web map application. It can be consolidated in a system, and you can have the information you need to whatever activity you want to do in the city. So this is a little bit how it works. So we have the law and the regulation, which has a various amount of norms. And then there is an algorithm that systematizes these rules. And this is achieved with a centralized repository, ensuring that laws from various locations are automatically retrieved and maintained to prevent them from becoming obsolete or outdated. And then, of course, there is also mathematical inputs, and this helps to create the 3D model. So the challenges of this project, of course, to create this new tool to help the citizenship and also public and private sector to have better decision making about the territory. And of course, to seek efficiency and optimize the administrative procedures to reduce consultation times with the authorities. So another relevant challenge was to develop this tool under open data and open source. So this project, it is designed in a way that other cities or institutions may study, modify, and improve the design through the availability of the data repository. So as I was saying, different institutions can help to improve this repository. And the digital twin concept, it helps to collect all this information in a three-dimensional manner, and also to predictively model the construction of the potential of each lot. So it is really important to say that as new technology matters, they will not make a good work if we are not taking care of the governance. So who owns the data, how it is stored, and how it can be consumed. How can we put all this information in a system? So for this, it is fundamental to get in touch with the institutions that owns data and procedures. So in this case, there was an interinstitutional collaboration with institutions regarding public policies, urban management, and digital experience. So now I will talk to you a little bit about the tools that you can find in this platform. So the first is that you can find the plot and the parcel just by searching the cadastral nomenclature and, of course, also the address. But this really simple procedure, it helps to save a lot of time. Then you can download 3 types of plans for the acquired plot. So you can have the sketch, the block perimeter, and the index plan. So again, as simple as this looks, the majority of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean do not have this tool. It is all in paper, and it takes too long to get the drawings of the parcels. So there is also information regarding the urban space. relevant data to help understand the environment in which the parcels are located and make informed decisions related to investment, urban planning, or daily life in those neighborhoods or districts. Another really interesting and useful functionality is that the application is programmed to have alarms in different plots that you are searching into. So for example, this first alarm is for edifications that have cultural heritage protection. So for example, this kind of edifications cannot have changes in their structure or appearance, or they cannot be used for some economic activities. So in the case of parcels that do not have yet an edification, there is an archaeological alarm. So there are some zones in the city with more probability of having archaeological findings. And this is really interesting because you can plan, so to speak, if you want to build maybe a company or a person, if this is a high-risk zone and you don't want to delay your project, this is a really good tool to avoid that issue. Okay, so the other alarm is when a block is atypical. This is that it has curved sides or it is not like a square. Then the other alarm is when the plot has irregular extensions. And again, if some plot has this issue, it will require a special procedure to continue with any action inside that parcel. And okay, so it is also important to say that this platform includes the latest version of the aerial photograph of the city of the year of 2021. As well, it has incorporated photos from the year 1929 to observe and study the city development over the years. So this is just some layers that you can find, like hydraulic risk, building lines, archaeological risk, and polygon heights. There are some others, but this is also an issue that I will talk to you later. So also this platform has another side, which is the integration in a bot. So you can ask a question regarding what you want to do in a certain plot, and this system will tell you some alerts, and also it will be providing a PDF so you can have the information for that plot. So this is some of the improvements that want to be, so for example, to have data about communication, real estate, the public transportation, etc. So now I will briefly talk to you about the second case, which is Punta Arenas, Chile. And this is a city located in a zone that we call extreme because it is located in the most southern part of Chile. This is a big deal because in Chile you can see the most development in the center, especially in Santiago, the capital city. So it is good news that these kind of cities are innovating with new technologies. So this is the first attempt of having a digital twin in Chile. It includes cadastral survey, urban land, equipment, road infrastructure, among other data. So this digital twin was developed with funding from a private institution with data collaboration of public institutions, and they have decided to work with ESRI for the surveys. So although it is a positive precedent to have Chile's first digital twins initiative, there is a challenge in developing these solutions with the own capabilities of the country. So this reaffirms the importance of promoting funding for innovative projects and prepare future professionals. So these are some of the questions that they wish to answer with this model. But it is really important to know that we need to ensure that data is sustainable with the improvement of the institutional collaboration. So these answers can be being responded in the future also. So these are some layers that the digital twin has. So of course, cadastre, the census, risky areas, gas infrastructure, bike lines. We have landfills, illegal landfills, industrial waste. And also on the right, you can see the indicator of territorial well-being of 2022. So of course, you can see all this data in a dashboard, which this is the first step to have tools that improve the environment for taking decisions with evidence data. And now some of the challenges to implement digital twins in the Americas. I won't go through all of these, but I think the first one is the awareness and cultural adoption, because introduce these technologies require a cultural shift and increase awareness in organizations. So this is the first step. So institutions want to spend money on this, they need to know what is the real benefit, and they will be willing to do it. So first, after the awareness on the funding, we have the limited technological infrastructure. So this is also, you could say, is an issue of funding. But even if you could manage to get awareness, funding, and infrastructure, we have the next and most challenging issue, which is the training and human resources. So the lack of training professionals in new technologies like geoinformatics, this is not an actual career. So it is hard to get geographers with programming knowledge and programmers with geospatial perspective. So the ones that exist are really expensive, and this is just a few. It's not enough for all the needs of the country. And this is the last one. Speaking as UNggim America's next steps, we really want to promote the development of digital twins by disseminating these worldwide examples that we have seen today. Also to disseminate the benefits, so authorities really want to spend money on these projects. And also, just wanted to quickly say that in the 10th session of UNggim Americas, there was a consolidation of the Americas Working Group on Artificial Intelligence. So we really want to push this project to make it work. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rafaela. So next presenter will be Ms. Hicks from Fiji, and her presentation is titled The Geospatial Management for an Archipelago, Best Practices in Fiji. The floor is yours, Ms. Hicks.
Thank you. Selamat siang, everyone. Bulavinaka. Before I make my presentation, I'd like to just take this time to thank the organizers for allowing me to be here this afternoon to make a presentation from Fiji. My presentation title is on Geospatial Management for an Archipelago, Best Practices in Fiji. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll just give you a bit of information about Fiji. And part of our best practices is, one of the important aspects is our governance structure. Also a little bit about how we manage our information in Fiji, some of the challenges that we are facing, our country action plan, briefly, very briefly, and an example of one of our geospatial activities, in particular to address a situation that has come up in our country. So if you look at the presentation and the slide here, Fiji is located right at the heart of the Pacific. You can see Australia, it's very big, and then you can see a few little dots that circle there. That's Fiji. And we're a population of around 900,000, just a little over 900,000 from the last census. We are known for our traditional kava drink. Also, we have sporting events. We like to play rugby, the rugby that just concluded a couple of weeks ago. And I'd like to say that we perform quite well in our rugby, unfortunately for some of our Australian colleagues. But that's Fiji. We'd like to surprise you once in a while. And we're also known for our soft coral. For those of you who like to go scuba diving, they have commented that Fiji is like the soft coral capital of the world. So that's a little bit about Fiji and now where I'm from. In Fiji, we have, for access to our land, basically in Fiji we have 3 tenues. We follow the torrent system, and we have 3 tenues. The first one is our indigenous or native land, which makes up around 90% of land in Fiji. Then we have our privately owned land, which is our freehold land. That makes up about 7%. And then we have the state-owned land, which is about 3%. And all of these, having access to these lands in Fiji for development, either to build a home or to set up a business, access to this is quite tricky and a lot of times a very lengthy process. And because of that, one of the challenges that we've had in Fiji was how do we go about bringing all of these things together, land information, so that we are able to provide better services for our country. And we have in Fiji what we call the Fiji Geospatial Information Management Council. It was set up in 1993. It was initially called the Fiji Land Information Council. The idea behind having this council was to bring together key stakeholders, meaning the heads of these various government agencies or private entities who's responsible for collecting land information or for managing land information. And the idea behind it was to bring them together to have a common platform where they can collaborate and make decisions with regards to land information in Fiji. And not just make decisions, but to allow those who want to use land information to be able to access it in a more easy manner. And so this is how it is structured. You have our cabinet, which has approved the setup of the council. And within the council, you have our various heads of various government agencies, basically our decision makers. And then we have at the bottom, if you look at, it's FG Tech, it's a technical advisory committee that actually monitors all the decisions made by the Fiji Geospatial Information Management Council. And we have, the next one is the FGISSS, which is actually the operational arm of Fiji government's geospatial information. This is the place where all geospatial information is kept. Although it's collected by various government agencies, this is what we call the hub of geospatial information management in Fiji. It is here where government agencies are able to access geospatial information and use it for their own purposes. And the third one is our GIS forum. We have a forum where we bring together at a technical level GIS collectors, users of information, to be able to come and discuss and share their practices and also discuss their challenges, and in a forum where we can discuss a way forward. And at the bottom of the whole structure, you have the various stakeholders who collect information and push this up to our National Geospatial Data Hub. So this is what we have been able to collect over the last few years from the setup of this council. We have information from forestry, from climate change. We have information on survey, land parcels, elevation information, and all of these have been brought into our national data hub. And since we are able to centralize this information, we are able to then create several web applications. The most famous one that we know is called the Vanua GIS. The Vanua GIS is a portal where you can access and find all these data sets and are able to overlay these data sets and have a look and see what information, geospatial information we have available in Fiji. But having that comes with challenges. While we have all this information in place, we have challenges, and one of them, I believe, that could be common across the countries is funding priorities. We also have challenges with capacity and resources. As a small nation, as much as we want to move forward, we have these challenges in being able to fully upskill our people so that they are able to take and better manage our geospatial information. Challenges to access and to combine these data sets. As we started off earlier, we were using different file formats to be able to put out, to collect data, and then when we tried to bring it together, we had these challenges. Also a national geospatial coordination for information. Right now we know that government agencies have their own mandates and their own responsibilities for collecting information, but what we would like to see is that we have some form of coordination so that there is a better way to collect, also better way to manage, to ensure that our data standards are kept and maintained, and also to ensure that our data sets are relevant and our data sets are accurate. So these are some of the challenges that we face. And also the last one, if you can see on the screen, reliable and accurate geospatial data. With all these challenges that we have been experiencing, we were fortunate to become part of the development of a country action plan using the unggim-ap framework. We have developed the final draft of our country action plan. We have to go through cabinet. We have been making some preparations for cabinet paper to be able to seek cabinet's endorsement so that we are able to address these challenges. We've noted the challenges that we've had apart from the ones that I have mentioned. We have identified key actions that we would like to implement, and it's all part of this action plan, and we would like to present this to our cabinet for their blessings. That's some of our consultation with the various stakeholders who played a key part in putting together our country action plan. I'll give you an example of one of the benefits or how geospatial information has really helped our communities. There's communities who are vulnerable to climate change, and I'll show you a video of an example of a community that has been impacted by climate change and an example of how geospatial information has been able to assist that community.
The effects of climate change continue to have a huge impact on culture and tradition. As people are told to leave and relocate, they leave behind a way of life lived through many generations. For indigenous Fijians, the Vanua, or the land, is an inherent part of their cultural identity. The spirit of the land is interwoven into their lives, their way of living, permeating their culture and traditional beliefs. In 2012, a major landslide occurred in Tukuraki village in the Ba province on the main island of Viti Levu, claiming the lives of a young family with 2 children. Within 48 hours and no time to grieve or process the trauma of what happened, the villagers were told to evacuate without knowing where to go.
Narai mata tu yang bala talam bulan ni leo ni Vanua, ni satu gunia ni na Vanua mo sa Red Soul me sangat kila dolang au na sisita mai. Nangonang go satu kita sarang anak orang. Dia mga dilidir tak kena kaya juga cikan dolang malau. Sisita mai sangat bulu talabi mama ni korang.
The move was sudden. The villagers were not given a choice. They did as they were told. The land where they were born and raised, where their ancestors lay, where they had their food gardens and plantations, where their umbilical cords were buried, the foundation of their existence was to be no more. They took nothing. Everything was left as it was.
Orang kalau kena kami sama kalau tadi nak kulturan. Pasal nggak saya tinggal ni misalnya betul. Sa kami sa rabita kita lagi mana ni kami orang buat ni mo ni orang tini kemami orang tapi kemami. Sanan mawali muna kor rasudukina ya satu kini mikir satu ki.
The villagers were moved to land that did not belong to them. It was unsettling to be living on land that did not belong to you. Eventually, in October of 2017, they moved to their new village, into their new houses, the new village of Tukuraki.
Kita itu orang korbo, kita itu orang balik binaka, na wali sili, na wali lailai, kita apa boleh kata juga ni korbuli, kita balik niwai. Ya, sangat musim kita itu orang itu kormakawa, berarti kita menjadi sesuai kita. Daw tungan ni may kasama, kita may wanana, kita minta daw lawi ka. On the
other side of the same island, in the village of Voninundrovu, the villagers face a similar situation. But for this village, the move to relocate is gradual, allowing them time and space to process the move.
Na nandom vakasama ya irsa ngandrabu mersatos balet na ndrendria na bikaira tipo kutumena video na kaketa ba na niu na esa sinindo elawar sa sisinga sindo me vakapa indoni tutu mili maru asinro balet na sisini bono kim sa sin lewar.
The villagers of Voninundrovu are sad to leave, but they don't have a choice. Moving is a matter of survival. But moving may not be so bad. They see the benefits and advantages of relocating.
Ninguna kim chiki na kormakau liutala na kamakau tuki pakamakau takatuna bakasa kwani toki tenga na tamata wandono bunobu li pakavui na bakasa na me vila batal na bakasa na bulan ni pakavui.
For indigenous and traditional cultures like Voninundrovu and Tukuraki, climate change has impacted and changed their whole way of living and thinking. In Voninundrovu, they are given time to leave and look forward to a new beginning. In Tukuraki, the situation is different. There, villagers were suddenly told to move without knowing where to move to. They left without any closure, without a proper farewell to the land of their birth. The people of Tukuraki are happy with their new village, but the manner in which they were told to leave remains unresolved. In order to find peace, they will return to the old village to apologize and seek forgiveness for leaving so suddenly without proper ceremony.
Sasama kina kormakawa. Tusan mga tamberakin nando na waktu ni bawah numi. Palilutu ya, sekolah menteri basu. Itu lihat kamu teman-teman kina nuntu itu tinulutu. Itu lebih tahu nak telah kami kya.
The spiritual ties indigenous people have to their ancestral land is strong. When they are forced to leave, they are greatly affected. Old traditions are gone. There is a loss, an emptiness, as they come to terms with life in a new village, a new home.
So, with regards to the relocation of these communities, geospatial information has played a very critical role. We have in Fiji a national relocation guideline. And in that guideline, there are prerequisites for communities that need to be relocated. And geospatial information, the data sets that we have been collecting over the years are crucial to be able to determine and assess the current situation for affected communities, the identification of new relocation sites, and also to be able to plan and develop these sites. So for us in Fiji, those of us who are working in the capital city, although we are collecting information, we are processing information, we know that the impact of what we do is felt down at the community level. So we understand that the practices that we undergo or we undertake in terms of geospatial information, we know that it benefits our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. I think that was a good presentation to end on, showing the real human impacts of the things that we're doing. You know, all the work that we do to actually see human impact there. That was really moving. Thank you for sharing that with us. So now we're going to move into the discussion period. And so I have a few questions prepared, but I really welcome everybody to line up at the mics and ask some questions. But I'll go ahead and, oh, do we have a question already? No, he's just fixing the mic. But he's getting ready, prepared, because I know there's going to be a long line of people with questions, and we do have time. So, I did have a question, actually, for you, Ms. Hicks, to start off. And you talked about upscaling people, and you mentioned that Fiji is an island of 900,000 people, which it seems like a lot, but it's really not that many. When you think about all the different jobs and things that people have to do, geospatial is one little piece of it. So what are you practically doing in terms of upscaling people? Are you, one question I had was in terms of, are you working with other small island nations around you to share information or maybe share technical expertise? I don't know if you've created centers of some geospatial excellence where you can borrow people, so to speak, for a period of time. If you could speak about that, I'd be interested.
Thank you. Thank you. For us in Fiji, we have the benefit of having the University of the South Pacific, which is a regional institution of learning, and many of the Pacific Island countries send in students to come and learn. And we have a program for geospatial information management. While they are able to get their degrees or postgraduate degrees in geospatial information, there are many other very specific or specialized skills that needs to be addressed in Fiji. For example, in the area of geodesy, we need strengthening in there because we don't have somebody who has a special skill in geodesy to be able to assist Fiji in developing our reference frames. That's an example. Or for example, in the area of photogrammetry, most of what we know in photogrammetry is from in-house training. To be able to have those skills, to have that skill set to ensure that we are able to collect information with the new technologies that is available, that is something that we can be building on. And that's something for us. In terms of how we collaborate with within the region, a couple of years ago we had in Fiji, we were able to get colleagues from the Kingdom of Tonga, the Ministry of Lands in the Kingdom of Tonga, to come in to Fiji and have a look at how we carry on with our work, our setup, and how our efforts to digitize our hard copy land information and maps into the digital environment. So that's some of the collaborative work that we've been carrying out and undertaking within the Pacific region.
Thank you very much. That's great. So I know we have some geodesists in the crowd, so maybe you can speak to Ms. Hicks after the presentation. She sounds like she has some questions for you. I know there's some over there. I did have another question about, I'm sorry, we have a question. Please, go right ahead.
Hello. I'm just helping the team out here with a question. My question, you've talked today about sustainable cities and achieving sustainable cities, and you've all mentioned the need for either a digital twin or a geospatial capability to underpin that process. I guess I'm interested in taking a step further and asking, what are those priority data sets or those game-changing data sets in your pursuit of a sustainable city that you've needed or identified that you need in the future? So I was interested from all the panellists, what are those game-changing data sets to make that pursuit of a sustainable city a reality for you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the game changers data set is, for new capital city, I think game changer is 3D data. So we give the obligation to the contractor, to the consultant, they should provide not only two-dimension data. In the past, they submit only 2D data and then they print out or just give us the PDF. But right now, data set is changed because we see the future to the digital twin, to the smart city, etc. So the game changer, I think, in the new capital city, as is in my experience right now, we give the obligation to the contractor and consultant to give the 3D data with the specific protocol or with the specific format that everybody knows about that format. I think that's my answer. Thank you very much.
Is it on? Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you for your question. I think it is really hard to say one data set that is really like game changer. I think all data sets are really important, but I think what we can talk about is how is this data collected, how it is maintained. So we can have plenty of data, and I think this is the case of most countries. We can all say that we have lots of data, but we are not so sure where is the source, when was it made, how it was updated, who did it. So I think we can start to focus on the procedures of this data, and also they need to be open for not only between institutions, but also for the academia, the students, so everyone can use data and produce different analysis. But if I had to say something regarding the data, I could say that social natural disasters is a big deal right now, and also the cadastre and registry of properties is really important for city development. Thank you.
Rafaela, you were thinking the same as me. And, I don't think there's any particular data that I would say coming from the U.S. Census Bureau, that there's one specific data set, but good metadata is the game changer. Yeah. Machine readable, easy to access, standardized metadata has been just a real issue with developing and maintaining, and we've really been taking it seriously in the past few years, I'll say, and just leave it at that, to really make sure that our metadata, and that has been a real game changer for us, and really trying to sell the idea to other federal agencies to have, everybody on the same page with completely interoperable just metadata. That would be a game changer if we could get there in the U.S. federal space. So, but Ms. Hicks, I don't know if you had any ideas, game changers for Fiji?
For Fiji, in terms of that data, for us, it's definitely our base data or upgrading of our reference frame, because we know that everything is, because once we have that established, everything is built upon that, including our elevation information. So that's something that we are looking forward to be able to develop and strengthen.
Yeah, definitely the climate change is a big crisis on the world. It is not only for the city, it is all countries and the earth. And there is many geospatial infrastructures and formations like satellites, but we have to give the data at right time, at the right place. So we have to collaborate to deliver our data to anyone who need the data at the time and right place.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Young. I guess, and I had one last question for the panelists, and I don't know who wants to take it. But I was really, Faisal, your presentation about starting a whole new city as a smart city was really, I don't know how many places are in that situation that they can just start a new city. And so one of the questions I had for you and maybe the other panelists is, I know coming from North America, a lot of what we want to do with smart cities is hindered by legacy infrastructure. And so we have to tear something down to build it back in a lot of cases. And so how to build that smart city using that legacy infrastructure is difficult. And I didn't know if you had any just reflections on that, if that was something that you had looked at before, maybe with other existing cities, and said, you know what, we're not doing that, we're starting a whole new city, because that's too hard to do. But do you have any comments on that? And then maybe some of the other presenters. Rafael, I don't know if you have any comments as well.
Great. I think in the world, everybody talk about, smart city. Even in Indonesia, smart city here, each seminar talking about smart city everywhere. And we have to, in Indonesia, we have to implement that kind of concept, not only talk smart city. In our new capital city, we try our best to integrate all data regarding to infrastructural construction, and then when it finishes, so we have our 3D data and also 2D data. And smart city is, in the simple way, smart city is the city they can think by themselves. I mean, we have to put some kind of sensor or IoT. So let's say we put the temperature sensor in the corner of the city. We can analyze, maybe using an AI, machine learning. So there is a threshold. Oh, the city is too hot. The city is begin to collapse, something like that. So there will be a threshold, so we can decide what we should do to the city. That's smart city. So in new capital city,
We built the infrastructure, now we built the dam, we built the multi-utilized tunnel, we built the palace, we built the apartment, we built the water treatment, we built mosque, we built church, we built everything. But we keep the data to support smart city. So right now we give the contractor, we give the consultant an obligation to give us the data that's standardized by us, what kind of data that we will support smart city. So that's how it goes in New Capital City. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay, so I think I have three main points. First is the importance to have scalable technologies, so we don't have like something really static and we can get behind with the new needs. The second is to have a prepared team with the technical knowledge to modify or improve the current technology, having the infrastructure that they are having. And I think the third is that institutions, public, private, or any institutions that creates geospatial data, they can do it through APIs, so the systems can consume them. So that way we know this is the data, the current data, and we are not modeling with things that happened 2, 3, or 5 years ago. So that's the three main points, I think.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. So I think that concludes our session, and it leaves us with just enough time for a nice round of applause for these panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you very much for Mr. Kut and also all of the speakers. We kindly invite to take pictures or take the moment before leaving the stage. Please move forward to in front of the stage to take the pictures. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our moderator and also speaker for the insightful segment of our seminar for today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next session of our forum for today, we kindly invite you all to enjoy the coffee break. Our coffee break will last for 15 minutes. Once again, our coffee break will last for 15 minutes. Therefore, we kindly invite everybody to please gather again at this place at 15:15. Once again, we kindly invite everybody to please gather again at this place at 15:15. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the coffee break is ready at foyer area in front of the Charisma Ballroom. And for your information, for the Indonesia participant, seminar kit is ready. The seminar kit is ready at Bima Sena Room. All the guests, ladies and gentlemen, may take the seminar kit at Bima Sena Room, start from 2 p.m. today until 9 p.m. The seminar kit you can get at Bima Sena Room, start from 2 until 9 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee break.
Selamat datang di PT Quantindo Wijaya Adhira Jasa, distributor tunggal yang juga ditunjuk sebagai brand ambassador Quantum Systems GmbH di Indonesia. Quantum Systems GmbH adalah perusahaan aviasi dan aerospace dari Munich, Jerman yang saat ini memproduksi teknologi Electric Vertical Takeoff Landing UAV untuk komersial dan militer. Quantindo didirikan oleh Yovis Taufan, yang terlebih dulu bertanggung jawab atas penjualan unit Quantum System sampai dengan pengujian unit di Indonesia semenjak tahun 2018 hingga tahun 2020. Pada tahun 2020, Quantindo didirikan dan fokus untuk melayani after service dan member Quantum Systems Trinity yang melakukan penerbangan di tahun sebelumnya. Pada tahun 2021, showroom resmi Quantum System di Indonesia didirikan dan pertama kalinya Trinity F90 dengan sensor lidar beroperasi di wilayah Indonesia. Hingga akhirnya pada tahun 2023, Trinity Pro melakukan penerbangan perdana di Indonesia dan PT Quantindo ditunjuk secara resmi sebagai brand ambassador Quantum System. Konsistensi PT Quantindo dalam memasarkan produk elektrik vertical takeoff landing UAV Quantum System dijadikan contoh oleh seluruh jaringan reseller Quantum System sedunia, serta menjaga komitmen untuk menjamin agar produk Quantum System digunakan sesuai dengan standar keselamatan penerbangan, terlihat dari lifetime support yang diberikan kepada seluruh end customer yang menerbangkan armada drone Quantum System di Indonesia, sebagai bentuk loyalitas Quantindo terhadap pengguna unit ini. Dari sisi teknologi, UAV Quantum System yang menggunakan teknologi tricopter dengan penggerak tilt motor ini terus berkembang sesuai dengan kebutuhan pasar, serta beradaptasi dengan pengalaman penerbangan yang dilakukan oleh tim customer. Selama pengoperasian, piranti lunak terus diupdate untuk memperbaiki kinerja sistem penerbangan, optimalisasi fitur-fitur safety penerbangan yang diminta oleh end customer, serta memperbaiki permasalahan error secara otomatis tanpa harus mengeluarkan biaya tambahan. Produk Quantum System sendiri terdiri dari beberapa varian, diantaranya adalah Trinity Pro untuk pasar komersial dan Trinity Tactical dengan antena telemetri yang terenkripsi untuk militer. Produk Trinity inilah yang saat ini menguasai pasar Indonesia dan dianggap sebagai unit drone impian semua aerial surveyor. Seiring dengan penggunaannya, Quantum System Trinity saat ini bertahap mengurangi intervensi human pada pengoperasian Trinity, sehingga meminimalisir insiden akibat human error, serta beradaptasi dengan kondisi ekstrim seperti hujan hujan, yakni sertifikasi IP55 yang didukung dengan teknologi magnetic air speed sensor. Teknologi air speed sensor inilah yang hanya digunakan oleh drone pabrikan Quantum System. Untuk kalangan militer dan keamanan sipil, produk drone intai dari Quantum System, yakni Vector Scorpion 2-in-1, telah teruji di medan perang Rusia-Ukraina. Quantum System Vector ini dideliver sebanyak hampir 400 unit pada tahun 2022 lalu, untuk digunakan sebagai drone pengintai, di mana dari puluhan pabrikan drone yang ada, hanya Quantum System Vector yang mampu beroperasi di medan perang elektronik. Vector Scorpion memiliki dua fungsi, yakni sebagai fixed wing dan juga drone copter, serta sangat taktis untuk dioperasikan hanya dengan 1-2 orang, tanpa perangkat stasionari di lokasi takeoff. Video hasil pengintaian pun bisa ditransmit ke seluruh pasukan lapangan, maupun perangkat data center militer Ukraina. Dan hingga saat ini, unit Vector Scorpion hanya jatuh ketika ditembak dan bukan karena dijamah. Di Indonesia, Quantum System Trinity berhasil mengurangi tingkat insiden karena sistem error, tepatnya mulai dari tahun 2018, di mana pada tahun ini, insiden crash karena sistem error masih tinggi, dan hampir 80% unit yang dijual harus digantikan. Pada tahun 2019, evolusi dari Trinity F9 ke Trinity F90 Plus mulai menurunkan tingkat insiden karena sistem error. Namun beberapa kendala tetap terjadi, hanya saja tingkat insiden berhasil ditekan hingga di angka 20% dari unit yang beredar. Hingga akhirnya pada tahun 2020 tidak terjadi lagi insiden karena sistem error. Pasalnya, piranti lunak Trinity F90 Plus mengunci beberapa potensi kecelakaan yang disebabkan oleh kesalahan pilot, melalui pengamanan di sistem perencanaan penerbangan. Dan hingga tahun ini, hanya tercatat 2 insiden akibat dari human error. Itulah mengapa Quantindo sesuai standar operasi prosedur yang mengedepankan situational awareness dan standar keselamatan penerbangan sipil. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Untuk informasi lebih lanjut, Anda dapat menghubungi kami melalui email dan website resmi. Atau Anda dapat melihat seluruh aktivitas kami di jejaring sosial media kami. Salam hormat.
Quantum systems. Let AI fly.
Once again, would like to invite all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly join us at the ballroom area because we are going to proceed to the next agenda. You may bring your snack, you may bring your coffee and tea at the ballroom while we are continuing the next session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Asia Pacific Geospatial Forum 2023. And now we will proceed to the next agenda of the second session of this forum. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now moving on for the enabling geospatial solution for sustainable cities, which will led by Dr. Ing Hafid, Head of Center for Spatial Planning and Atlas, Geospatial Information Agency or Badan Informasi Geospasial, as our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hafid.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's seminar, session 2, second part. And this is last part for the seminars today about enabling geospatial solutions for sustainable cities. I am Hafid from BIG, Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia. Because right now it's a sleepy time, you may bring you a coffee into the room. So feel free. We have a great agenda for this part of the sessions, where we will cover the following presentation. The first presentation will be presented by Mr. Joshua Coates. He is from US as a geographer, chief of geographer, International National Intelligence Branch US Census Bureau, and also member of UN expert group on the integration of statistics and geospatial information. And this presentation is about application of integrated geospatial for sustainable city. And I invite Mr. Coates to join with me on the stage. And the second speaker is Mr. Julius Juwaidi, who is from Indonesia. Pak Julius, ada? Oh ya. Please, come on the stage. He is the head of Department of Transportation of Sampang Regency, the East Java Province. Welcome, Pak Julius Juwaidi. And his topic of his presentation is about terus terang, terang terus, 40. This straightforward, brightly, constantly. A street lamp monitoring application in Sampang Regency. Thank you, Pak Julius. And the third speaker, I invite Mr. Ali Yafidane. Please come on stage. He is a member of unggim-ap, also I think from National Cartographic Center of Republic of Iran. His topic of his presentation is application of geospatial and statistics for sustainable city, case study in Iran. And the last speaker, the fourth speaker, I invite Ms. Yuri Tsubaki from Japan. She is Deputy Director of Urban Policy Division, City Bureau, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism of Japan. Please, Ms. Yuri. Her presentation is about plateau 3D city modeling for sustainable cities. Ladies and gentlemen, I think without further ado, I will invite Mr. Coates to present his topics. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Rahajeng Sanja. Selamat sore semanaya. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So before I get started, I want to thank our hosts for extending an invitation to me and the others from unggim Americas to join you today and deepen the ties between our group, the unggim Americas, the global EG ISGI that I'm also a member of, and the unggim Asia Pacific. So terima kasih. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. So I'm a firm believer that the only way we can address the challenges we face is through cooperation and collaboration. And I'm very proud to be part of a group, the unggim, which is a wonderful example of concerned colleagues from many nations coming together to meet these challenges through peaceful collaboration. And I'm looking forward to meeting with everyone through this week. But I'm here to discuss an important topic, and that's building truly sustainable urban environments. So my colleagues will be presenting very specific and wonderful examples of this topic. But I thought I'd take a step back and kind of frame the topic and look at some of the conceptual ideas, some of the challenges that we face in this. So I'm going to jump around a little bit. So my apologies if I lose anyone along the way, but we'll have a question and answer period at the end, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Next slide, please. My clicker, there we go. Okay, got it. So geography is fundamentally the study of relationships, and we study the characteristics of people, phenomena, and locations that distinguish one from another and identify the differences, and importantly, the commonalities between them. So this work requires data, and the more data and information we can access, the more precisely we can characterize these phenomena and the relationships between them. But that data needs to be, as we all know, spatially enabled, meaning that we need to precisely determine where something is located, where an event occurred, and the features of that location, that event, that item of interest. And the best way to do this is to collect that location information as precisely as possible at the same time the statistical data is being collected. So for many of us, this data point is a housing unit or a living quarter. I'm from the U.S. Census Bureau. I know many of you are from census agencies. A housing unit, a living quarter, a single person, a census respondent, different items collected during a census or similar activity. But this could be the location of a school, this could be the location of a workplace, this could be any event, any phenomena. It's all data at some level. And for each of these examples, we have a time, we have a precise location, and various characteristics of the events and phenomena occurring at that location. And so I am shamelessly stealing a slide from a colleague, Theodore Brandmuller in the UNECE. And just to further stress the value of location, it's something that we inherently know, even if we don't necessarily act on it, or if we don't, it's not clear, we intuit. So I think this slide makes very clear. On the left is a wine that was 15 euros. So it's a fine wine made with grapes grown within the Burgundy region in France, which is a controlled appellation. So it's within this Burgundy region, and it's a good wine. But the wine on the right is also made from grapes grown within the Burgundy region, but the grapes were grown in a specific vineyard associated with a specific chateau that created the wine from a specific crop year. And there's almost a 70 euro difference in the two. So they were both Burgundy grapes, but just that level of specificity, that power of location, we put a value on it. We put a price on it every day when we go shopping. But that same idea is not always clear when we're using our data, right? So when we're dealing with data users, our stakeholders, it's not always clear to them the value of location and how important that is. But really, we all know. We all intuitively know this. And this allows us to make choices. It makes us able to, it enables decision makers to decide how to allocate precious resources to most benefit the community, whether it's a person buying wine at the store or transportation engineers planning additional rail lines for a region. We just need to show people the benefit of these. And again, I feel a bit embarrassed to presume to define urban in front of colleagues with such expertise on the subject. I know you're out there, so don't throw any rocks at me. But for the sake of the session, I'll suggest that the concept of urban and urban area is more than just a dense cluster of people and housing, forming a concentrated settlement. Cities and urban areas are more than just the sum total of their parts. We collect data on the discrete data points of an urban area so that we can answer questions such as how many people are employed and in what industry, how many homes do these people live in, and what are their living conditions, how many children are of school age, and this is all important information. But using location and connecting this data to geospatial information then enables decision making. We can then learn not only how many people are employed in each industry, but where is that industry centered? What types of resources does that industry need, and where are those located? Where are the jobs? Where do the people working in that industry live, and how do they travel to that job? Where are the schools located in relationship to the students? Where do the workers' children go to school? How long does it take for the children to get to school? And do they have sufficient transportation to get there? So these are all inherently geospatial questions. The urban environment is a fabric of relationships with many layers of interdependent and highly integrated networks of people, goods, services, and transportation all working together in a complicated dance to reproduce itself every day. People do not live evenly dispersed across the landscape. We know that for many of our member states, the vast majority of people live in densely settled communities, clustered around access to various social, economic, and natural resources upon which they depend. The global challenges we confront are inherently tied to local processes at the city level and need to be confronted at that level. And this demands detailed data at an actionable level with as much geospatial specificity as we can produce. Now, there are many definitions of a sustainable city, so again, apologies to any sustainable city experts out there. I'm not one, but I'm here. But one that I like for its simplicity is from the Brundtland Commission, issued in 1987, and that's a sustainable city is one that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I think it's just very succinct and flexible. And this implies a network across space, but also across time, which I think is very important for us to keep in mind. Choices made in the past determine that were made in the past determine our current options available now, and the path we choose today will shape the options available in the future. For each of these markers of a sustainable city we have listed, they are either dependent inherently on geospatial information like transportation networks, or are monitored and measured using geospatially enabled statistical data, such as access to housing. Monitoring progress requires geospatially integrated statistical data. And for this, we must not only consider the physical network, but the social network, and monitor these networks across time. But how do we know where to provide the resources necessary to create and sustain this sustainable city? For decision makers, perhaps the most important aspect of fundamental geospatial data is the role it plays in evidence-based policymaking. Trusted location data enables us to reveal relationships between resources and needs, but this information is only collected by engagement with data users and the urban population as a whole. Is the city working for the residents? What more do they want? What is lacking in their daily life? Geospatially enabled statistical data is also used to make predictions and establish cause and effect, helping to understand some of the world's greatest challenges, such as climate change and climate-related disasters. Location intelligence and geospatial technologies are leading the way, enabling local urban governments to effectively model, plan, and deliver policy and investment decisions for the city. We heard in the previous session some fine examples of that. So for example, sensors and transportation networks not only identify hazards, allowing for rapid mitigation and repair, but they also provide data on the flow of people and goods throughout the city, revealing the network of dependencies on critical infrastructure in the urban system. And it's important to frequently reassess, identify the current fundamental data users and their creators and hear from them, include them in the decision-making process. Monitor their needs and constantly assess the data production pipeline. What needs to be tweaked? to satisfy the fundamental data users in our network. So keep regular, dependable, touch-based meetings to keep lines of communication open. You know, I guess I digress just a moment. We already heard some very compelling discussions about information of things, machine learning, artificial intelligence. It's the hot topics that we all speak of today. But at the end of the day, it's people that are making these decisions, and it's people that are affected by these decisions. And so if we're simply relying on technology to make the decisions for us, then we're leaving you know, the entire purpose of setting up this technical infrastructure, which is the people, and they have to be involved in these decisions. So another important topic that we did address to some extent, we got started with Rafaela, is just the importance of addressing change, the inevitability of change. The change is a constant in our world. So we all must accept that the only guarantee is that things will change. So whatever plan that we have for today, it will be out of date at some point, as we had as wrapping up the final session discussing about legacy infrastructure and how to build a smart city that's resilient. So make sure to keep incorporating a time element in your data so that when things do change, you have the historic references necessary to then move into the future. Keep plans flexible and resilient without becoming complacent. And remember to keep pressing the network of inclusion wider and wider to expand access to the benefits of the sustainable city. And I guess another digression, if you know, we can build the most advanced city with all of the technology that we have available, plan for the future, you know, just have an amazing wonderland. But if that depends on only allowing access to a privileged few, and we're keeping the vast majority of the city's residents out of that privileged city, then I'm not sure that's where any of us are aiming to go. But I think that we need to plan for how to, you know, expand that network, expand that base of inclusion, and make sure that we are providing for the needs of the greatest number of people and always pushing the limits to expand and include more of that population, more of that urban community. And so we must be constantly building in redundancy and preparing for change. And so as capacity develops and networks expand and relationships deepen, the need for data will inevitably grow. We must not be complacent. We must continue to continuously evaluate, explore, and let feedback from interactions with data users drive your decisions. And to conclude, just concluding, I say to those who ask, when people ask, how do we integrate statistical and geospatial information to build sustainable cities, I argue that we have the answer right here on the screen. The global development frameworks, the global geospatial frameworks at least, provide the conceptual frame to answer the questions at hand. Our community, the unggim community, has met the challenge of helping to answer the question of how we integrate statistics and geospatial information. This slide and the frameworks and the groups on this slide represent years of hard work by you, the people in this room, your colleagues around you. We have all collectively contributed to this effort. I think we all have a lot to be proud of being in this room today. We're going to hear wonderful case studies of how these concepts were implemented, but I would like to end by taking a moment to acknowledge and thank all of you, my colleagues, who have contributed to this effort. And I want to thank you all and say terima kasih to everyone in the room. So thank you very much. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. And terima kasih, of course. It's very interesting presentation, but for discussion we'll do later on. For the next speaker, the second speaker, I invite Pak Yulis Juwaidi. He is head of Department of Transportation from Sampang Regency, and his topic is about terus terang, terang terus, a street lamp monitoring application in Sampang Regency. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Operator, for your opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, the honorable all members of this seminar. Before we begin our presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Yulis Juwaidi, head of Department Transportation, Sampang Regency, Madura Island, East Java. I'm going to tell you about our innovation called 4T, terus terang, terang terus. And today, we are going to start with development processes and system architecture. Next slide. Next. This is our problem that motivates us to design for 4T innovation. The first is the difficulty in monitoring the street light condition caused by the long distance to reach the location. And then, repair to street light are generally carried out after report with inaccurate location information. And also, an illegal connection has been found after carrying out on-site monitoring. Illegal connection is the theft of electric energy, and the impact is really dangerous because it is carried out by unprofessional individuals. Our analysis gained some solution to suppress the street light problem. The first is establish a monitoring team in each district. The second, build a control system in the form of a map-based application, and then installation of smart KWH meters in street light control panel. The goal that we plan in this 4T innovation, the first is high performance stick light error recognition. It means we need a fast response error identifier on the street light behavior consists of not respond or broken street light and illegal wiring, similar to the theft of electrical energy activities. The second is planning and maintenance, consists of maintenance is automation, identify the need for street light expansion, setting of the crew technician group. This is a sample of our maintenance list book digitally and our crew maintenance asset. And the last of our goal, street light data collection, consists of the type of pole and lamps itself and street light location. This is an example picture containing information on street light distribution in map formation. This is an example picture of our street light. Description. We can summarize that this innovation implement web and Android-based application by placing smart KWH device in street light control panel This allows us to carry out asset data mapping, monitoring of street light condition and electric energy consumption, and maintenance management. Structure element. This is the main solution to achieve our goal with implementing web and Android-based application as a tool. There are 4 main functions. First is mapping and tagging street lighting asset data. This is how we get the data. We need to enter the asset by marking exactly where the street light is located. Second, street lighting asset, maintaining and controlling, planning and maintenance management, and electrical power monitoring. This is a block system diagram which shows us the representation of system work technically. The next second topic, involvement of geospatial information. It is the involvement of geospatial information. First is the utilization of geospatial information have carried out navigation, asset management, and risk assessment function. Second, geospatial information have optimized data collection and simplify work processes, which can be more effective and efficient. Which is so that geospatial information have identified and analyzed availability, determine priorities, and track resource usage. Next is the sample of picture that show us the asset in map form. The third topic is strength, benefit, and impact. I'd like to move on the advantage of our innovation. Strength, first is street light actual update data. Second, repair list automatically. Third, all asset and street light distribution are well recorded online. Fourth, able to predict electricity bill. Fifth, carry out better planning for the expansion of the service program. Next, the benefits are: first is data management become easier, structured, faster, and more flexible. Second, monitoring the condition of street light can be done more easily, and its problem can be detected more quickly and handled immediately. Third, the service or repair process can be more coordinated. Fourth, suppress illegal connection wiring, thereby increasing electricity bill cost efficiency. The impact for the public are: number one, increase community socio-economic activities. Number two, increase the safety and comfortability of road user. Number three, increase the level of public trust in public service. And this has become our last topic, expansion plan. I like to share our plan in the future as an expansion plan of our empathy innovation. We innovate to build integration with traffic light and add new feature to perform traffic density monitoring as one system. That's all our presentation. Thank you so much for your nice attention. I'd like to show you a short video of our innovation. Happy watching video.
Kabupaten Sampang terus melakukan inovasi untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada masyarakat. Kini, PJU Kabupaten Sampang menggunakan teknologi pintar yang hemat energi dan memberikan kemudahan dalam mengelola lampu jalan dari kejauhan. PJU pintar ini dapat mengirim pesan ketika ada lampu yang mati, sehingga kami bisa melakukan perbaikan dengan cepat dan tepat. PJU pintar ini terkoneksi dengan smartphone dan komputer sehingga mengefisienkan waktu dan biaya. Kami terus mengembangkan inovasi pada PJU pintar ini agar terus menerangi dan memberi rasa aman dan nyaman, baik untuk pejalan kaki, pengendara, dan pedagang, baik di pusat keramaian maupun di pelosok desa. PJU pintar tidak pernah berhenti menerangi, selalu menyala dan bekerja. Inilah PJU Pintar Kota Sampang, terang dan saling terhubung.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. Selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, thank you very much Pak Juwaidi. His application is one of the winner of Bumandala Awards. I think since Pak Juli starts from the real problem in the field and then implemented the system and success to make Sampang always bright. Thank you very much. And we move to the next speaker, the third speaker. I invite Mr. Ali Yafidane. Please explain your materials about the application of geospatial and statistics for sustainable city case study in Iran. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon everyone. Before starting, I would like to thank Indonesia for holding this meeting. I'm honored to be here today to speak to you about the application of geospatial technology and statistics for sustainable city, although you yourself have mastered the subject. Sustainable cities, as it was mentioned in the presentation, sustainable cities are those that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. They are cities that are economically viable, environmentally sound, and socially just. Sustainable cities have a specific plan for using energy and reducing fossil fuels, the management of natural and non-natural resources, the preservation of urban environment, and the balance between supply and demand are among the most important pillars of a sustainable city. Geospatial technology and statistics play a vital role in formation of sustainable cities. Geospatial technology encompasses a wide range of tools and techniques for collecting, storing, analyzing, and visualizing spatial data. As you all know, spatial information is a vast collection of information on natural resources, water, urban area, infrastructure, and more. On the other hand, statistics is the science of collecting, analyzing, interpreting, and presenting data. In many countries of the world, spatial and statistical information are not linked together effectively. However, sustainable urban development does not differentiate between spatial and statistic information. Many analyses and planning in many areas of urban development depend on both of these information. The integration of statistical and spatial information will increase insights into current situation and the future ahead. Based on this, in Iran, NCC and National Statistic Organization both are under the Planning and Management Organization. As you know, in August 2018, the unggim Committee published the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework known as IGIF. As an important and practical topic, the IGIF is a comprehensive framework that improves the previous concept of an STI. 1 year after the publication of IGIF, the Global Statistical Geospatial Framework known as GSGF was established as a bridge between the statistical and geospatial information communities under the coordination of United Nations Statistical Commission, StatCom. Working Group 3 of unggim has been established to guide countries toward implementing the GSGF and reaching its benefits. On Wednesday, IGIF 4-year program will be presented in Rama Room. As an example of GSGF capacity in sustainable development in regional level is Asia Pacific Disaster Information Management known as APGF, and based on the vital role of spatial data in this field, my organization, National Cartographic Center of Iran, as the national mapping agency in the Islamic Republic of Iran, is the formal representative of the country in the governing council. Here are some examples of applications of statistical data and geospatial data in the disaster information management. The National Cartographic Center of Iran, NCC, is also a leading organization in the field of cartography and geospatial information in Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO region. The NCC has been actively involved in a number of ECO initiatives and projects related to sustainable cities and development. For example, the NCC participated in the ECO project known as Development of Regional Spatial Data Infrastructure for Sustainable Urban Development. This project developed a spatial data infrastructure, SDI, that can be used to support sustainable urban planning and management in ECO region. Using spatial and statistical information in the stages of sustainable development as decision support system, SCSS, having accurate, comprehensive, and up-to-date spatial and statistical information is one of the basic necessities of sustainable development. At this stage, one design scenarios of what consequences each decision in land use may have on the territory or landscape, based on SDI, IGIF, virtual reality, digital twin, and etc., to simulate the possible consequences of the decisions. One of the main tasks of GIS science and statistics that can contribute to sustainable development is the development of a spatial database using analysis tools for decision support. The integration of spatial and statistical information increasingly play a facilitating role in improving decision making. Now in Iran, the National Cartographic Center has launched the country's spatial information structure with more than 20,000 spatial layers and a set of analytical tools that make a great capacity in this field. Also, in the process of development, it can be mentioned that studies show that by using GIS and statistics, the management of running programs can be done more easily and quickly. Since there is no clearly defined boundary between the last three stages, which are the project planning stages, the development stage, and the evaluation stage, sustainable development requires continuous change between these three stages. This means that we must continuously monitor complex and interdependent issues using a combination of spatial and statistical information, leading to a new decision-making based on existing conditions. All the services, techniques, and facilities mentioned in the previous stages can be applied in this stage of evaluation. As you all know, more than 80% of information has a spatial and locational element. For sustainable development, spatial and statistical information analysis is essential. The Uranium Mapping Organization, NCC, as the Secretary of High Council of Spatial Information and Surveying in Iran, has developed a user-friendly and inclusive system based on international standards that include multiple information layers from different governmental organizations. These environmental crises are a potential threat to sustainable development. A sub-portal from our GeoPortal has been developed, focusing on natural disasters, using various map methods, land subsidence, from soil interferometry analysis has been mentioned, and its information layers have uploaded to GeoPortal of disaster management. It's an example. This slide shows the land subsidence in the vicinity of Tehran, the capital of Iran. Other information in this GeoPortal includes area affected by dust storm, droughts, and etc. Atlases, also as a collection of maps, charts, images, and reports, can facilitate monitoring and planning of various affairs for managers and decision makers. The Dynamic Atlas of National Cartographic Center of Iran, after the hard copy generation and paper-based of atlases, is an interactive web-based atlas that provides a variety of maps and geospatial data on Iran. The atlas is updated regularly with new data and features. This is an example of various charts and thematic maps produced on the topic of water in the online Atlas of Iranian Cartographic Organization. This slide is a sample of atlas on the provinces of Iran. There are many atlases in various fields in this system: water atlas, environmental atlas, tourism atlas, labor atlas, industry, urban planning, population, and dozens of other atlases. In general, it can be said that development of analytical and display information systems that support the spatial and statistical layer is one of the most important pillars of sustainable development to make the world a better place to live. I'd like to emphasize that it was not the report of my organization and just some innovations in relation to the topic of the speech was presented here, and God may bless you all. Thank you.
Mr. Javidane, thank you very much for the presentation. And we move to the next speaker, Ms. Yuri Stubaki. He will present her presentations about plateaus, 3D city modeling for sustainable cities. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for inviting us and giving us such a wonderful opportunity. Today, I'd like to introduce a project with endless possibility. The name is Project Plateau. Could you show my materials? And I'm Yuri Tsubaki, and I'm in charge of urban policy at the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism in Japan. It's very nice to see you here. So, what is Plateau? Plateau is a project focuses on developing, utilizing and sharing 3D city models. We are working together with lots of local governments, private companies, and academia. This is a project everyone can join and enjoy the possibility of 3D city models. Our project mission is we create a new value in the society and solve local issues through the digital twin. We started this project on 2020, so this is the fourth year and more people have a chance to use 3D city models now. As you can see, we create data for various urban features such as a building, transportation, city furniture, zoning area, and disaster risk information. Currently, data for about 130 cities has been developed or updated. Plateau's data is not just a geometric model. It is GIS data that contains various urban information known as semantics. Using this structured and rich information, we are developing solutions. As I show you later, actual use cases has been created in various fields by leveraging the open data provided by Plateau. The value Plateau offers is high quality, open data structuring. I'm explaining in detail. At first, why I can say Plateau is high quality. In Japan, there is City Planning Act, and under this act, the local government conducts aerial surveys regularly and produces the urban planning base map. This is a basic data for Plateau. Particularly important is Japan's rules and regulations for aerial surveying. In Japan, aerial surveys are conducted with consistent quality by local governments. Under this regulation, Plateau's data are accuracy controlled within the horizontal deviation of 1.75 meters and a height deviation of 0.66 meters. That's why Plateau's data is high quality. Another important aspect is leveraging the data from the Urban Planning Basic Survey. Local governments regularly conduct surveys to gather information on land use and building utilization for urban planning. By utilizing that existing information, Plateau's data becomes even more comprehensive and detailed. Before Project Plateau started, these useful data traditionally has been limited to internal use by local governments. The most important point of this project is to reuse these useful data at OpenNet for everyone. As I mentioned, Plateau's data is developed by local governments, so data standardization is very important, but because there are more than 1,700 cities in Japan. We developed a standard data product specification for 3D city models. By developing this document, we have unified the specifications, standards, and quality of models. We focused on adapting international standards to enhance the interoperability of models. As for data model and format, we adapt CityGML 2.0 defined by the OGC. And we have localized CityGML for Japan. The standard data product specification also provides detailed definition of LOD, level of detail for each feature. In fact, Plato's data created in the first year resulted in different cities having different levels of detail, even when the same LOD was applied. Please look at these two figures. These are both LOD buildings, but they are different in details of the wall and roof shapes. Fortunately, this challenge was solved by Professor Philip of National University of Singapore, his research of LOD refinement. We localized LOD refinement with respect to data utility and simplicity of data implementation in Japan. LOD2 was subdivided in terms of the range of detail that can be created using aerial photos. Roof shapes were defined from LOD 2.0 to LOD 2.2 from the perspective of detailing roof shapes. In response to this, LOD 3 was subdivided within perspective of detailing the wall shape. While the interior of LOD 2 and LOD 3 could be obtained by surveying, it is more effective to use BIM models for the interior. As such, the refinement of LOD 4 was done on the assumption of using BIM models. Next is, why do we insist on open data? Plato's data have been widely downloaded and utilized in various commercial and personal applications. Not only data, but also all software developed through this project have been released as open source software. These are products or events which Plato's data is used. A common point among these cases is that they are made possible by data that has high precision location information and is commercially available as open data. Especially when creating or measuring city models from scratch, the cost can be very high. Plato's data is very useful because it can be used for free. These basic geoinformation call for the investment to the city. Furthermore, Plato's places emphasis on tech community building. Open data has meaning when it is used. To enhance the technology for handling CityGML and urban digital twin data throughout Japan, we organize various development competitions, hackathons, and workshops. As a result, there's been a lot of buzz and excitement in tech communities like X, GitHub, and local tech events, with people showcasing a wide range of products using Plato's data. Next, I'm explaining one of the most important features of Plato. Plato's data is not simply CG data made up of mesh, but structured data that express the meaning of urban space. For example, LOD2 building models define distinct objects such as roofs, walls, and floors. We can see the building and recognize where the roof and walls are, but the machine cannot recognize them as a human's brain do. For example, each point of the roof has latitude, longitude, and altitude, and the information that this point is part of the roof. So the machine can understand the place and the meaning of the city. In addition, Plato's data has semantic information such as use, structure, year of construction, etc. This refuge enables more detailed analysis of the entire city, such as areas where buildings are prone to collapse due to the earthquake or floods. There is an important technology that supports Plato, called Plato View. It is a web GIS application. Our mission is making 3D city models open for everyone. If we use a private GIS viewer, only people who have an account can see it. That's why we developed the web GIS application from scratch. Everyone can access it on the website. So let me introduce what we can do by using Plato's data. This is an application that shows the temporal changes of routes to the evacuation place when a river overflows, and how they eventually become cut off. This is a point of overflow, and this is the evacuation place school, and these are residential area. The water from the river is spreading. We can see the height of water easily. Like this. It also allows you to visualize the water level in actual city using AI technology. These white points are evacuation routes, and if you are delayed, the height of water reaches at this level. It is useful for residents to simulate the optimal escape route from their homes and to visually appeal to them that if they delay their evacuation, they will lose their route to escape. This is a large-scale crowded simulation. In this case, we utilize LOD for building models which are developed from BIM models. We can represent the inside of a building and simulate how people move from inside to outside in an emergency situation. Plato's data is also used for product of tourism. The metaverse is a useful tool to let us experience the local atmosphere at home. The basic data can cut a cost making the metaverse content. This is the metaverse content located in Kyoto, Kamo River. By creating such detailed models, we can express the beauty of the city in this way. We can hold a firework event like this without any regulation in the metaverse. The 3 years has passed since this project started. The number of city models has been increasing and is expected to reach 200 by the end of next month. I believe that more and more local governments join this project and widen the potential of each city. We have many partners and we are looking forward to growing this project together. Thank you for listening. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Subaki. Terima kasih for your interesting presentation. Before move to discussions session, I will give you a brief summary. So the first speakers already present their presentations. And I think the keyword in this session are cities, sustainable, smart cities, geospatial data, statistic integration, modeling, and then application. And we need application. The integration of statistical and geospatial data is a very interesting issue. Management and development of smart city cannot be done without using data, both geospatial statistic data and other data. Application requires to process a lot of data and then present it quickly to users, for example, in the context of smart city. Pak Yulis present about public street lighting is required for the safety and convenience of street users at night time. Smart street lighting with data monitoring is applied in Sampang Regency, Madura Island, East Java. In order to optimize the use of the street lamp, it is more effective and also efficient. In order to govern smart city, we need a holistic frameworks by utilizing key technological drivers such as big data, geographic information system, cloud computing, Internet of Things, geospatial big data application, overpredictive data science tools such as grid computing and parallel computing for efficient and fast processing to build a sustainable smart city ecosystem. So, and the last presentations about Plato is a 3D urban model development, utilization and open data project led by the Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. And they are developing 3D urban models as a platform data for urban activities and developing use cases in various domains. So I invite the participants to, if you have questions, just raise your hands. And I think all the speakers, we welcome you to give the question. So, any questions from you? No? Is it because the sleepy time? Okay. Mr. Scott, also the other speakers. Our world is dynamically, continuously changing. Not least the causes changes in geospatial and also statistical data. We are faced with the speed of processing data, which often then it reaches the users is already out of date because, for example, in Indonesia we have a lot of area. I think not only Indonesia. USA, India, China, also has a big area. Our problem is if we have data which dynamically grow and the processing is not so fast as the growth of the data. How you solve the problem with the applications? Because all speakers talks about applications. My question is first for Mr. Scott. Please, you answer.
Yeah, no, that is a really good question. Something I was trying to fit into my presentation was just to talk about. Maybe it's not exactly to your question, but the question that rises in my mind. You know, on any technical project I've ever worked on, one of the most difficult issues was just data management. And just tracking where the data is going, tracking the different files, the formats, where we're storing the data. And so now when we're talking about big data and machine intelligence and artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things and generating even more data, that scares me because it's an even bigger problem for us to manage. And I know that there are people working on it, and I'm sure we'll solve it, but it almost seems like we're just digging a deeper hole for us to get out of. And my question sometimes is, what's the value of the data? Is it really creating any intelligence? Is it really helping us with decisions, or are we just filling up servers with data? And so I think sometimes we need to take a step back and say, why are we doing this? What are we actually going to use this data for? We can put sensors every square centimeter of the world, but why? You know, what's the purpose of that data? So kind of having that plan before we start generating the data, maybe would address the question that you
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. Maybe Mr. Javinade, also the problem may be in Iran, if you have a lot of data. Mr. Scott said that data management is very important to manage and later to process the data. And what's about you meaning?
From the administrative point of view, as I said, in Iran, National Cartographic Center and the National Statistics Organization are both under the Planning and Budget Organization as the Vice President of Iran. And their data are going to be combined and analyzed together to make some land use planning. I mean, planning based on the spatial location-based planning have been done, and step by step, after time going, the importance of this field is going to be more revealed for the senior managers in the country, and it is completely clear from the trends that have been done during the last decade, for example, as you know. And about the data value, I want to say that in Iran, as I said in my presentation, spatial data infrastructure has been formed with collaboration of more than 3,000 organizations from different levels, provincial levels, national levels, regional levels, and also it can be a benchmark. It can show that the importance of data, and more important than the data sharing between the organization and using data in the process of making decisions is going to be more clarified than the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the floor, maybe there's other question, please.
Thank you. So my question is, what do you think is the core for sustainable cities? And with this, I mean, like, at what point you can say that a city is having sustainable development? Thank you.
You can explain? Yeah.
I don't know if I have an answer. I can start maybe the discussion. I don't really have a good answer, but I mean, I think at some point it is maybe not a political decision, but an executive decision, to say that something this is sustainable here, now. But I think that we do have some benchmarks, that we heard in the discussion today, that we can actually put some parameters around what is actually sustainable and what's not. I think in some ways we're probably going to have to wait some decades to really determine if what we think is sustainable now is actually sustainable in the future. So I'm interested to see how that all turns out. But it's an excellent question. I mean, and it seems on some level to be a matter of opinion. So I'm not sure if that's quite the answer you're looking for, but that's all I've got at the moment.
Other speaker, maybe you can respond. Yeah, please.
Yes, considering the sustainable cities, I think there are many subjects, but from the aspect of urban planning, until now, urban planning was difficult to normal people, who don't have specified special knowledge, cannot participate in the discussing, and the discussing about urban planning was limited to local governments. But if we use the data twin technology and related technology like XR tools, the normal people who don't have special knowledge can participate in the discuss and they can show their ideas for their own cities, and for the governments, they can listen to the opinion from citizens before actual development. But this is a very important point, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Javanade, do you want to know? Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm interested with about the platform, the Plateau. So, as you know that for building 3D model and then going to the digital twins, what we need is about preparing about the spatial data infrastructure or spatial infrastructure. So I want to know about what the basic infrastructure to get optimizing for operating the Plateau platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Ms. Subaki, to respond the question.
Thank you for your question. I think for developing the 3D city model and use it, the role of governments and the private sectors is very important. And our initiative is to define the standards of models and prepare the tools for developing the models and show how to use it. And next, the private sector and academia can imitate it. So that's why we open the data and the solution as open software as well.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. I will ask to Pak Juwedi about his system. Since when has the system has been implemented, Pak Julius? Is that implemented for the whole area of Sampang Regencies for next time, or only the Sampang sub-district? Thank you. Please, Pak. Please.
Yeah, maybe I can help to answer your questions. I think this application will be for the whole Sampang regions, not only for sub-district. Yeah, this is for the whole Sampang region, not for sub-district, because this is it can be applied to national-wide region, not only for Sampang also.
Okay, thank you.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. From the floor, maybe any questions? No? Okay. I will just brief more summary that sustainable urban development is development that is expected to meet our needs without compromising the interests of future generations, as said by Mr. Kaut, that smart city developments require various data, including geospatial, statistic data, also data for 3D modeling, and then data processing needs to involve technology. So various applications are needed to be able to serve use need. If no more questions from the floor, I ask once again, any questions? If not, yes, yes, please. We have some time.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very interested with Japanese presentation, and I would like to know how you update city modem, 3 city modem, and like how frequency you update us, and who's responsible for maintaining this system? Thank you very much.
I think address it to Mrs. Subagi. Please, your response.
Thank you for your question. Yes, this is an important issue. But in Japan, there are city planning act, so the local government conduct aerial survey regularly in 5 years till 10 years. And the Plato model is the most important thing, is to reuse such kind of materials. So I think the local government can update the models by using the existing resources.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Finally, now we have reached the end of these sessions. Thank you all for your participations and engagement in this session. I would like to say thank to all the presenters for the great presentations and to the audience for their active participations. And we hope you found this seminar informative and useful. See you tomorrow. And of course, applause for all the speakers.
Thank you very much for all of the speakers and also to the moderators. We kindly invite for the photo session. Please move forward to the stage, in front of the stage, to take the picture. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for all of these speakers and also our moderators. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this session concluded our first day of the seminar, the international seminar on geo-innovation for safe and sustainable world of day number 1. Thank you very much for each and every one of you, all of the speakers, the moderators, all of the participants. And we still have day number 2, with fabulous speakers and also presenters as fabulous as today. And a reminder also for some of you who already invited for the Bhumandala Awards, the event will start after the dinner. For more details will be delivered by my partner Dwi Farah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, some reminders. The first one, after we finish this session, we are going to open the dinner. The dinner will start at 5:30. 5:30 at Pond Restaurant. Like before we enjoy our lunch, don't forget overseas participant, please bring your coupon. And then the buffet at VIP room. And you may sit everywhere to enjoy the dinner. And for Indonesia participant, also we are going to enjoy our dinner start from 5:30. And you may also get your food at buffet stall, not only outdoor area, but indoor area on the corner. We also have buffet special for Indonesian participants. The second one, for some of you who were registered or invited to Bhumandala Award, this event will start after dinner. In this ballroom area will start at 7 p.m. So for those of you who join dinner, you may finish your dinner around 6:45, and then please come and join us for Bhumandala Award at 7 p.m. The third reminder, ladies and gentlemen, overseas participants who join technical visit on 8th of November, please re-register tomorrow at registration table. Once again, for those of you who join technical visit, 8th November, please re-register tomorrow at registration table. And at last, seminar kit also ready at Bima Sena Room. You may take the seminar kit start from 2 until 9 p.m. at Bima Sena Room. Baik, sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk Bapak dan Ibu seluruh tamu dan undangan, diantaranya adalah dinner akan mulai 5.30 until night. Ya, Anda bisa menikmati dinner, tapi untuk Anda yang ikut awarding Bumandala Award, jam 7 kita sudah berkumpul kembali di sini untuk Bumandala Award. Jadi boleh menikmati santap malamnya, maksimal sampai 6.45 bisa bergabung untuk Bumandala Award. Dan untuk rekan-rekan juga yang bergabung dan menikmati dinner, ada buffet di indoor dan juga outdoor untuk Indonesian participant, jadi bisa duduk di mana saja dan di dalam juga ada untuk Anda. Terakhir, seminar kit bisa diambil di Bima Sena, ruangan Bima Sena start dari jam 2 hingga jam 9 malam.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank all of your participants. Thank you very much for the distinguished delegates, all of the speakers and also the moderators. And stay safe, stay healthy, and ladies, and please enjoy your break and see you again tomorrow at the International Seminar Day 2. My name is Aditya Sanjaya.
I'm Dwi Vera.
See you again next time. Goodbye.
Enjoy the rest of this evening, ladies and gentlemen.
you.